Start again there. Good evening, everyone, and apologies for the late start tonight. Just before we went to go live, we had a power outage, and it looks like the live still took hold, so we had to reload everything. A small cyclone came through where I am in the outer eastern suburbs of Victoria. Not really a cyclone, but some massively high winds just before we went to air, and it knocked the power out. So we're just frantically trying to get everything back up and running, and as always is the case when you're a little limited on time, everything seems to not want to do its job and take place the way that it should. But we're back up and running, which is great because it's our favourite night of the week. It is GT Super Thursday, as the drivers, we come to you from Spa at the moment for the NZSR series, and drivers just sitting in drivers briefing for their race before they jump into qualifying. News again out of this category is another absolutely massive field of cars here. I think, just doing a quick arithmetic, we've got a grid of 43 cars. We'll do our best to give you all of the information across the 42 cars. As I'm joined by my co-commentator this evening, by the other half of the duo, Scotty Rankin, the disappointing news is that out of the 43 cars, there's not one single McLaren.
Oh, damn.
So, needless to say, not happy.
Stuart nearly had a major celebration last week, Tuesday night, when we thought that Luke Bergens was potentially on his way to top step of the podium at one point, but Jake Boyd, always the ruiner of dreams, as he is, managed to prevent that from happening. But Bergens still managed to grab grab a third place and finish on the podium in the Sol McLaren in our Tuesday night coverage. But looks to be back to pretty much business as usual. A field full of BMWs, the occasional Ferrari and Mercedes. I can tell you it's pretty even actually around Spa. I was finding myself a lot more comfortable in the Mercedes than I was any of the other cars around here when we're prepping for the 24-hour. But not to say that that somebody else in this field has got more information than I have.
There's potential here as well for there to be some sort of massive outrage in New Zealand as as Tom Corbett appears to be a no-show for this round. You know, don't blame us. We're just delivering the news here, but he looks to be not appearing in this film at the moment, and having moved up into third spot on the podium and only in the championship standings, and only being 2 points ahead of Scotty Hasler in fourth place. That's going to mean that he is going to lose some places, and so probably lose some fans as they jump on board with someone else.
No one tell the Tommy Corbett fans that he hasn't shown up. No one break their hearts. Don't do that. Don't do that to them. I don't think their little hearts can take it.
It's not good news. Not good news at all. So I don't know what's happened there. Maybe just running a little bit behind time, or we'll jump in during qualifying. But at this stage, I can tell you that that breaking news is that Corbett is out of this one. So we're just about to jump into qualifying. And it's going to be a wow! What a session it's going to be for us to have a look at here, because with that many cars on the track, and if memory serves me correctly, it is solo qualifying for this, so that's going to help. But we're going to have to try and keep up with everything that's going on. In itself is going to be a challenge.
There's a lot of cars. That is certainly for sure. Some cars, there's going to be, I mean, the benefits here, right? The absolute benefits of any sort of racing this sort of caliber and number of cars is that we're going to have packs right up and down the field. Spa itself is a very, very long, twisting, winding track. Lends itself with phases of the track that are benefiting each of the different cars and each of their different strengths and weaknesses. The BMWs will have long phases of tight twisting, stay on the power as much as you dare segments. The Mercedeses will have the straights to stretch their legs just a little bit, and everything else will be covered as well. So look, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a big fan of Spa. The way it flows, the way that everything sort of just works is always gets a vote of confidence from me. But Stuart, your thoughts? You a fan of Spa?
I absolutely love Spa. It is a good driver's track. It's got just about everything that you want. High speed corners, good technical areas for you to construct passing moves, and it's a track that balances out inconsistencies between vehicles. So if you've got a good handling car, but maybe not so great on the power, you're going to be able to catch up in that back end of the track. And if you've got the power like the Mercedes, the straight line power like the BMW does over the other cars, then you definitely get the advantage of that as well. So we could be in for a surprise here tonight. So it's going to be an interesting one. And I'm excited because I love coming back to Spa to broadcast. So we don't get to do it all that often, and I'm keen to get into tonight's run. So yeah.
Don't forget, the other benefit here is that I believe the Formula Ones are actually heading to Spa this weekend.
They are indeed. You're spot on. So basically, I'm not sure why you'd go and watch that procession when you can come and watch what we're putting on. But if you do happen to miss it, or you're sick and tired of watching the paint dry on Sunday evening, that Spa race will be on as well, with those cars with the wings and stuff getting around too. So. Look, I'm a little bit harsh there. I've enjoyed having the Formula One back, but they definitely, at the moment, with so many people home, it highlights, unfortunately, the how would we put it? It highlights the lack of competition in Formula One when you go and watch MotoGP, for instance, and on the final lap, on the final corner of the final lap, there are 3 riders, and the guys that are in first and second don't end up winning because the guy in third goes past both of them on the last corner of the track, and that sort of excitement you just can't sort of pass up to watch the Mercedes show. So I'm hoping they get that fixed, and I'm pretty excited for next year for see Daniel Ricciardo in my favourite brand of performance vehicle, McLaren. So.
I mean, we were talking the other night about Bergen's potentially putting the call out to Zach Brown to see if there's a ride available for him. Anyway, enough of the other night. On with the show as it stands. So, 40 plus cars to make their way around here so far, and sector times look like they're starting to trickle in.
Yeah, we haven't
Stuart,
had a full.
what have we got?
Well, we haven't had a full lap yet. We're just on board with John Migley, who is the man furthest around the track, along with Kevin Vu, who had a good run last week. Christian Hermansen also on a good on his first lap out. So we haven't actually had anyone yet get out and get ready to do their hot lap. So it's going to be really tight for them here. Lap here for these guys around about it's what is it, mid 2, high 2 minute. Around 240?
For these guys, no. So for these cars, the fastest lap times, you're probably looking anywhere around 214 to 216. Depends.
Yep.
And then your average lap time is probably going to be race lap time, probably 216 to 218 will be your faster average lap time. So 217.61 so far, the best.
Yeah, Ryan Wood's the man on the screen now.
Blending through to anywhere about the 220 mark, so you know there'll be a fair sort of spread.
And the interesting thing as well here, I haven't seen a lot of GT3 racing at this track since the adjustment, the BOP adjustment to the Audi. So I'll be interested to see what sort of times Reina Costello and the Audi there can do around this track. At the moment we've got 2 BMWs, Ryan Wood at a 2:17.61, followed by Zane Hills 2:18.03. We're on board with Ryan Woods at the moment. He has done 2 purple sectors already, so expect that lap time, the 17.61, to come down. And as we get through this qualifying session, they're going to need to be on it because at that time, out lap, and basically they only get 2 laps to do their qualifying in this series. So if you make a mistake on that first lap, you've only got the second lap to try and deliver a result. So needing to make sure they deliver the cream on the cookie, so to speak, when they get it through their one as well. Yeah, we struggled as well, mate, with the power. It's unbelievable in this day and age. We're all racing online together. That way, the outcomes can't get together. But anyway, it is what it is. It is what it is. Hopefully, get yours back on. Ours came back on pretty quickly, just a couple of minutes before 6, mate.
So, tell you what, this track has so many iconic sections, and I say sections because tonight, one of the more famous sections is actually a straight, which is the Camel Straight that comes just after Eau Rouge and Redillion, which is obviously the famous near flat out left uphill, left slightly downhill, uphill right, uphill left combination whereby the cars really get into things. End of the lap here, which I believe you've got Ryan Wood on the screen.
Just to go faster again.
Yeah, so that's just known as a chicane. He'll make his way, if he was to continue another lap, down to La Source.
So his last lap was only just slightly slower, even with those purple sectors. So I'm not sure what happened there for him in the middle of that lap. We'll jump on board. Zane Hill's also finished. Kevin Vu, jump on board with him. He's equally finished. They're all going to finish around the same time for us because they all started at the same time. Try and find a driver a little bit further down the list to jump on board with him. Max Donnelly, he is just completing the end of his first lap in this course.
I was actually going to say another one that's worth potentially keeping an eye on is Matthew Gray, who's coming towards the back end of his lap at this point in time. So a few drivers still out there and circulating it on track. So La Source is the hairpin, just there where the car did pull off. So that's at the end of the Camel Straight. Yeah, so where's Matty? He's about to start
down the back. Yeah, he's on his way
so
down towards the bus stop.
So he's just come out of Stavelot into Courpoufrère. Blanchimont is actually this left-hand kick. He's just moved through there.
Yep.
They come through the chicane. So he should be actually on. This should be his first flying lap. So we should have one more, which is perfect for us. We can talk you through a lap here if he decides to do it. Although I think there's only a minute and 30 seconds left on qualifying. So.
There is, but what a lot of people won't know as well, Nürburgring famous for being, you know, the 8-minute, or depending on what car you're in, the 8, 10, 12, 20, 30-minute track that it is. Spa actually used to be, if I'm not wrong, somewhere around or in the vicinity of a 14-kilometre long track. Way back to 20. There you go. Way back in the day.
Kilometers. I've actually driven. We used to host old Mercedes. I'm talking like 30s, 40s. Those really stylized Mercedes around the 20-kilometer layout on Project Cars 2, and boy, it's just all road circuit. That's all it is. So it's the track itself is actually named after the region with which it's in. But it's actually not the closest town to the circuit.
Yeah, just one on.
So, yeah, so it's, whilst you may think, and when you jump on Google and you're trying to find the closest town towards the circuit, actually look at the circuit, you're actually not looking for Francorchamps, Spa-Francorchamps, the town itself. You're actually, I can't remember the name of the town that it is closest to, but it's one of the towns you actually used to pass through on the old layout.
Yeah, and as you say, it actually goes around the outside, and it actually goes, I believe, into two different townships in that original layout. There's only a small portion of the track that's from the original layout, and obviously they're the most historic parts, particularly at the start there as you head up through the first chicane, which we're looking back down as we speak now. So at the end of qualifying there, we will bring up this field, and we're going to have to try and make our way through it and not run out of breath bringing this grid up onto screen. It's going to be full on, and again, Power Out beat me there because it says that we're coming to you from Sonoma, which of course is our round last week. I'll just update that there. We're live from Spa. Don't have time to type out the whole thing. So very quickly we'll get through this one. Ryan Wood on pole. Ryan having a cracking lap with Zane Hills right behind him. Ian Bevan followed by Kevin Vu. Hamish Cleland, who is our second place stander at the moment in terms of the overall points grid. He is in 5th. Billy Fraser 6th. Calix Poon 7th. Good performance from Calix there to get the Mercedes up into 7th position. Miranda Costello in the Audi in 8th. We've got Elliot Osborne 9th, and rounding out our top 10 is Liam Jacobs. Xavier Simmons in 11th. We've got Graham Smythe in 12th. We'll just flick this over here to try and keep this running, followed by Matthew Griffin in 13th. We've got Mitchell Sparrow 14th. James Anderson 15th, Scotty Hasler in 16th. Scotty Hasler is our current third place sitter on the points standings as well, so he's got a little bit of work to do tonight to move that one up the field. John Migley in 17th, we've got Christian Hermanson in 18th, Hayden Warrington 19th, Taylor Bryant in 20th. Into Lance Scholl 21st, Max Donnelly 22nd, we've got Cale James 23rd, and Stuart Patterson rounding us out for our top 24 vehicles. We'll take a little bit of time for these guys to get to grid here. They do only have 2 minutes. We've got a massive field of cars, and I'm just hoping that not too many of them are affected by any power outage if they are local. Matty Gray in 25th position, not getting his second lap completed in qualifying, and that he's going to pay the penalty there. We've got Flattery in 26th, Hunter Bell in 27th, Dave Sanford in 28th. He's actually our champ points leader at the moment, so a lot of work for him to do. Paul Blomqvist will be quick in 29th. We've got Caleb Curry 30th. Matty McCutcheon in 31st. We've got Callum Pratt 32nd. Chris Vanderdrift in 33rd. Welcome to the series. Stefan Tiers 34th. Equally another new starter for this evening. We've got Liam Matheson 35th. Caleb Beecroft in 36th. And we do still have another page of cars to go. Let's flick over and get this done. Whew. Okay, where are we? Aaron Hutton in 37th. We've got Regan Edwards, my apologies, in 38th. Jeremy Baker, 39th. Murray Howe, 40th. John Boswell, 41st. Stephen Adams, 42nd. Damien Cairns in 43rd. And rounding out this absolutely enormous field is Ryan Davey. I am spent. I'm going to leave it over to you for the start of this one.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this is a certainly difficult way to start a GP, but I'm sure these guys would have been familiar with it by now, but is certainly one of the more popular tracks that you turn to in iRacing. It's a pretty much mainstay we're underway down to the source for the first time this evening. Going to be looking somewhere, I would say, in about the 12 to 14 lap mark. Probably, maybe leaning more towards the 12 end of that scale, but everything sort of settled down. The race started off nice and cleanly. He's going to be right all the way behind, followed by St. Paul's Bevan, followed Crazy, Costello, Jacobs, Simmons, Griffin, Spine, Anderson, Warrington, Hasler, Mitchell. Some cars making nice little bit of a leap early on. He's going to be up 6 places all the way back down in 27th. And I tell you what, the timing screen is just shuffling about like absolute crazy.
That's because we had
lap.
Kevin Vu unfortunately come off there. That was the car he caught right at the end of the sequence, trying to capture this enormous field as they cycle through this first lap. You know what though, extremely well done by all the drivers. They managed to get through. We've only had basically 2 cars involved in an incident, and well managed by all of them to get through with such an enormous field. Could have been easy for there to be carnage at the top of the hill or down into the first chicane, down into turn 4. So well done to the drivers.
Yep, I'll agree with that. And it's not an easy track to get around on cold tyres as well. But the other problem is, if you go a little bit conservative on your setup in terms of generating tyre heat, you will struggle for the first couple of laps, but you'll be quite good after that. You do work the rear end of the car and the front end. The tyres basically see absolute bashing around here, because there's about the only time you really get a break is coming up towards Motorsport, which you will see the drivers now and then down the Camel Straight, and it absolutely loads up the rear of the car, absolutely loads up the front of the car at different points on the track. And I tell you what, that's the torque from the Mercedes helping a little bit of trail braking as you shift down through the gears is actually a real strength of the car around this place.
Jumping on board here with Matty Graves, he's trying to make his way up through the field, already up 6 spots as we see there. Taylor a little bit wide there, coming down into the bus stop here as on the angles around the 150 mark, trying to get the car stopped. Oh, and there we go. Oh, wow, straight through the middle. Was that straight through the middle there, number 17. Just trying to see who that was. Regan Edwards there, straight through and managing not to hit anyone else and pull the car up. So a good job from them. A lot of drivers here opting to pull into the pit lane early and get their cycle done.
It's not the worst idea either. Get yourself out of the chaos. We saw it play really, really well for Glenn Boyd the other night in the Oz Pro Am series, running at all of a sudden I can't remember where we were running the other night.
Anyway, moving right along. It's been a long week.
Yeah, it has. It's Thursday night. You've still got Friday to get through.
That's it.
But getting yourself out of the queue into some clean air can really sort of aid things. You saw that there was just a whole big bank of cars that were coming up through Blanchemont. Blanchemont isn't really something you can go through side by side in these cars and maximize your speed. You'll make yourself really, really vulnerable coming up into the braking zone in the chicane. And the edge of the track there is incredibly sensitive for giving you an off tracks. Something these drivers will have to be a little bit cautious of. But you mentioned at the end of qualifying, there's some drivers that we expected a lot further up the grid, a la David Sanford, is still a long way back. These guys are going to make their moves and they're going to make them early.
Yeah, well, Dave Sanford is actually one of our drivers. He's, I think he pulled into pit lane on the warm-up lap and started from pit lane. He's 10 spots down from the starting position. Not sure of the strategy there, so we'll keep an eye on him. And of course, the other one that we want to keep an eye on as well is your other two is Cleland and Hasler. So this is a massive list of information for us to try and cover. So I'll have a look through and try and find where they are. Hasler's fantastic. He's up in the top spot, so he's made a little bit of progress there. And Quillen is up as well. He is currently in 4th position. So big moves there from those two. I actually think our timing screen may have been a little bit incorrect there, because I thought they'd started a fair way further down the field. But be that as it may, doing a good job in 4th position as it stands at the moment, so that will help his championship standings. Ryan Wood, fastest man on the track last lap round with a 17.43, just ahead of Ian Bevan in 3rd with 17. So benefit of the clear air for those guys out in front. It is only. I was just going to say, it is only what have we got here, a 30-minute race tonight, so they've got to make hay while the sun shines. One pit stop required, one fast repair available, and you touched on it before in terms of incident points. Only 25 available for the night. We've got Kaylee Spoon already on 6, so they'll have to be aware that if they rack up those 25 points, which is very easy to do around here, if you are careless with your lines, then they'll be getting drive-through as well.
Having said that, the 25 was the limit that was actually allowed for the hour races and the lead up to the 24-hour event. So, and it wasn't that much of an issue in an hour event. You were finding yourself, maybe if you were really, really pushing, looking at 12 or 13. So I expect some of these drivers as well to really be in that boat. I think that what they'll be doing actually is just throwing caution or win. The places that they can really use the excess of the track is Blanchemont. That's one of the better ones to really use it. Some of the curbing, you run the risk of giving yourself a slowdown penalty if you do cut across Redillion right at the top of the hill though. So that'll be one they'll want to avoid, but that allows you to use the exit curve over on the right hand side of Redillion. Eau Rouge, not really worth cutting there as well because it's going to be cutting off onto the grass. But right at the bottom of the hill, as you're trying to set yourself up for Eau Rouge, I would actually expect a lot of drivers using just the tiniest little bit of grass there on exit, which can give you an off-track as well. So these will be a little bit of spots that drivers will be trying to maximise a little bit extra time whereby they may not otherwise be able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, and you touched on it as well. Mindset is definitely it. I mean, we did the 24-hour race, and I think we only got 9 incident points across the whole 24-hour period, and it's because you're fully aware of it. In this, you're going for gun. It's gung ho. You've got 30 minutes to make hay while the sun shines, and you know you can basically in that time you can spend an incident point a minute, and you're still going to be okay if you have to pull yourself up and pull yourself back into line. So it's definitely. I don't think it'll be something that's at the forefront of a lot of the drivers' minds. They'll just be in it, particularly the guys coming from the back to try and get the job done.
I mean, you mentioned the guys coming from the back. What they'll be trying to do though is potentially just run a little bit off track, just to make sure that there's space there. They get by nice and cleanly, and they assure themselves the move. So that will be, I think, the one that will get utilised the most. All right, probably time to have another look through the race order and see who's doing what, who's going where. Is that it's Lance Childs? I thought it was Zane. Then for a second,
Lance Childs, yeah, just coming out of the pits. And what looks like a Barbie livery car, so that's a new one for him. And yeah, but very bright, very able to be seen. Maybe there was going to be a blackout tonight. So as he's on the preferred line, heading down into the chicane here. So it's going to be some drivers pull out of that. He will take that position and get the job done there. Not using probably enough of the curb there, but on cold tyres doing a job. Oh, he may not have been taking tyres.
No, probably not. The 30-minute race, you get the tyres up to temperature.
And you're off and running.
Maybe start pushing the boundaries right at the back end of the race. Tyres overheating a little bit. You can do it if you're really pushing and over inputting. You'll overheat and scrub off the fronts quite a lot. So that is something to be mindful of. Just to reset and settle yourself back down the line again as well. Lap time settling in terms of pace-wise. Ryan has absolutely bolted out the front. He's doing 2:17.64 was his best lap, and that was his last lap around as well. So let's keep an eye on that one. 19.02 for Ian Bevan is the second place lap time.
Just on that wood into the pit lane now.
There you go. So he's going to get his stop, like I said, serviced. He's probably spotted the gap that's formed between 10th and 11th spot and said, I want that. That's where I want to pop out in because there can be fresh air, no traffic to deal with, and that's perfect. That is exactly what he spotted.
On board now with Brandon Costello in the Audi. He is up into third place, albeit that is pit unadjusted. So he was running fourth before our lead lane in the lead pack here that hasn't run through their pit stops yet. So he's up 5 positions. Good job there. And our biggest mover is actually Ian Davey. So just running into pit lane now, up a whopping 30 spots before jumping into pit lane. So he certainly benefited from the start of this race. We've got Hayden Warrington on screen now, up 14 positions into 5th. The first of our pit stop drivers, Ryan Wood, is right behind him in 6th. So Ryan Wood will take, if he can get through, he has gone through now, the effective lead of this race after the pit stops go through.
Yeah, and he's running a little bit of a group there with, I was about to say Hayden Walk. Massive. Gray's doing quite well for himself. Graham Smythe is all the way up to the 12th spot after serving. I think he served his pit stop on the first lap. Yeah, it looks like very good. David Sanford has not run through the lane as of yet, is up to 14th, so keep your eyes on him as well, starting 28th. So, look, it's a short race and there's a lot to cover in that time and a lot of directions to point the camera. I think still we're going to have an action-packed one in the last 10, I'd say.
Yeah, certainly trying to keep up with it all here. We've got Paul Blomqvist up 12 positions. He now occupies 17th on the track. He's yet to do his stop as well. So a lot of the drivers behind him having already done their stop, including Scotty Hasler, who is currently running 4th in this championship, looking to move up to 3rd tonight with the absence of Tom Corbett from this race. So he will continue to charge his way up the grid up the field as best he can.
So, alright, where are we looking at this?
So Brian Wood, this is our effective race leader. He has already done his pit lane service. Hamish Cleland and Rainer Costello 2nd and 3rd on track now into pit lane as we speak. So we'll stick on board here with Brian Wood, see where he pops out. But should certainly, with a pit lane transition of around about 49 seconds, get himself back up into 2nd place behind Ian Bevan, the only car in our lead pack who made a pit stop as Sparrow and Warrington joined Cleland and Costello in the pits.
Yeah, so it's just looking at that. Bevan's actually doing a really, really good job here. Looks like he's turning consistent 219s as well. So I would strongly expect him to pop back out right at the head of this race. It doesn't look like anyone's making ground, but we'll have to keep our eyes on the timing screen next little while as drivers continue to find themselves adjusted through the order. What I can tell you quickly, Stuart, is that Ryan Wood and Zane Hills both who pitted on their last lap.
Yep.
Ryan did a 2:46 and Zane did a 2:48. So Bevan should be lapping much for muchness with about a 2:48 once he does come through and service and stop. So if we're looking at relative times. Yeah,
he's only 31 out in front at the moment, 35 out in front of Hills, so he's actually going to, just looking at the timing screen, he's going to shuffle a fair way down. He's actually going to come out looking at the gap for our pit stop cars around about 9th position on track.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look as well. It looks to be about the 15-second mark is about where get themselves serviced and out of the box. It looks like it's about a 33-second pit lane transit time, slight little bit of variance there, but 33 seconds to 34 seconds seems to be the pit lane delta.
Yeah, so you need to be around that 47 or 48 second in front mark to pop out. So we'll see where that brings him back out at the end of this, but I fear it's going to drop a little bit further down the field, obviously benefiting from the cars in front of him having taken pit stops. With Wood and Hills, this man here, Wood in effective race control.
Just an interesting message that's just popped up on the in-game screen. It looks like Zane Hills was given a black flag. I'm not 100% sure why as of yet, but we'll keep our eyes on that one.
Well, he could have got it from entering pit lane haste or leaving pit lane a little bit of a hurry. So having just done that pit lane service, there is a driving standards observer watching this tonight. So didn't see any incident though where he could have potentially been given that drive-through. He didn't run into anyone or cause any accidents. So I'd say potentially that it's a pit lane infringement as he is coming in now to serve that black flag. As you know, three laps to serve the infringement. So he's maximised that where he can.
Yeah, he wants to see where he pops back out and get his head down and get the job done, isn't it? Look, there's two ways to have a look at it from Hills' perspective. Either you can try and stay out.
Can we just quickly touch on the fact that Ian Bevan has come out right behind Wood, so our timing screen not updating quick enough there and letting us down as he is less than a second behind, having just serviced his pit stop.
I'll tell you what the 12.92 seconds in the box. So he's made up 2 seconds in his pit stop. 2 seconds less, he was spent static, and that's why the gaps crashed.
So good performance from him there with Ferrari potentially fueling faster. I don't know if that's true, but maybe not needing to take as much fuel.
2 seconds could be a windscreen tear-off, actually, having thought about it. I believe 2 seconds is the windscreen tear-off toggle off. So
notification as well. Peter Honeybell has had an incident. Currently running down in 40th position.
Okay, Hills just responded and said he wasn't happy with the penalty, but he's got his head down now. So, well, you gotta accept it. All you can do is discuss it, follow through with it, and discuss it with race control after the race. Let the red mist settle.
Any information on what it was for?
No. It's something to do with overtaking. That's it. That's all I know of.
Very interesting. We must have missed it. There was certainly no notification to say that he had run into anyone or done any of that sort of activity that would warrant getting a black flag. But that's unfortunate.
The only thing I can think of potentially is something either on the opening lap or alternatively maybe he passed the car off track. And it was reported to race control, and obviously drivers would have the option to sort of police these sorts of things. V8 Supercars is a perfect example. Quite a number of issues, with the V8 Supercar drivers attempting to redress the penalty.
Yep.
And another very prominent one recently is NASCAR when they went to the Daytona Roval. With the second chicane, if they cut the chicane, NASCAR said to the drivers, you have to stop on track. Obviously in a safe space, which is generally the runoff zones, before you can start up your lap again to not get a penalty, and that came to a head right at the end of the race. So there's options for drivers to reset the order, hand back in case there was something gained. Obviously, if cars in the fence and there's no longer going to be circulating at the same sort of pace, redressing obviously not really an acceptable option. Sometimes they have to take. But yeah, that's what all I know about that one.
It's going to be full. Like we've got big grids tonight for both of our events, so it's definitely going to be a full one for us this evening.
I'll tell you who's doing phenomenally at this stage, albeit prior to serving his pit lane service. David Sanford's actually up 23 spots at this point in time. Get yourself serviced, and then everyone will start filing in back in once they do their service all around you. The overcut, I think, is actually the right option from David Sanford's perspective, because if all the cars around him on track are just peeling off, why go down and keep yourself in the back, which he's done a phenomenal job. He's quick, as we know that he's quick, and potentially capable of pulling a race victory out of the hat, and he's done a really, really good job. Right under 2 seconds behind Hamish Collin. And lapping, I think he's actually the fastest car on track last time around.
Yeah, and doing a good job of it too. So it's going to be a close finish here for us, most definitely, with Bevan and Woods still fighting out at the front here. Gap's open a little bit to 1 second and or just over 1 second.
That's closed, hasn't it?
No, it's just opened up slightly there.
Okay.
But not enough. a herring, a small amount. Calix Poon up into 3rd position as well. He's done his pit lane service and moved up 4 spots into 3rd position now. So he's having a cracking night there. Hamish Coleman up into 4th, as we had spoken about. Dave Sanford, who you mentioned, he has not done his pit lane service yet, but he's up a whopping 23 positions into 5th. And I think we're probably going to be trying to settle into a gap and potentially dropping into pit lane a couple of laps from the end to try and maximise the overcut for himself in this race. Got 10 minutes.
And I tell you what, he is absolutely stomping his way forwards. on the last lap, he was over a second quicker than Hamish Cleland just up the road for him. If he can tie onto the back of Cleland and pick up that draft for a lap, right at the end of the lap, closes up to the rear of him, dives in the lane, that's going to be the best way for him to get through, because then he doesn't have to fight for position, and he still gets the benefit.
Yeah, absolutely. So Elliot Osborne there just moves up in this little pack that they've got going. Stable now. 5 drivers covered by less than a second around here. They're all in BMWs, so there's no excuse for any of them other than to drive wide there, as it is Anderson runs wide, and that's going to cost him a couple of places to get up back into the track.
Is that Warrington that just sort of helped him off onto the yeah, it was. And actually, Warrington's been immediately given a black flag for that. Race Control was watching it, not just us.
Maybe Race Control watching our coverage. You know, it's good enough to dictate, I think. But no, definitely a good call there. Pushing wide, probably not allowing enough to track and getting it into the wrong.
Bevan just said something on chat. Anyway, doesn't look to be too much of an issue. But for me, I think it was pretty quick cut. I think Warrington just tried to send it in too deep, and there's pretty much rolling blockade out on the track. So I think that was pretty night and day, Stuart.
Yeah, absolutely. So he has to do what he has to do. Just looking back through some other battles here as we jump on with Rainer Costello. He is battling with Scotty Hasler and Matt behind him. So they're trying to tee off onto the back of James Anderson, but was just impacted by that incident a little earlier on in the lap. So another new battle pack forming here for us to try and keep up with, as the gap in the front of the field stabilised at around about 1.5 seconds between our two guys in front. So I've just got to. I've just got to duck off and just attend to a little bit of business. I will be back with you in a.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I believe Stuart's ducking this briefing for our following race this evening, which is the Australian Endurance Championship heading to Sebring this evening. I tell you what though, keep your eyes peeled just slightly up the road. This is certainly where the battles are falling late in the race. Yeah, we've got about 7.5 minutes remaining. So just keeping an eye on the race as it is developing at this stage. Our best driver so far is Caleb Curry, who's up 22 positions from starting from 30th slot. He's moved his way all the way to the top 10. Currently P8. Race control. Very unhappy with the behaviour by Warrington. Have decided to take an aggressive stance on his behaviour and has immediately been removed from the server. Warrington is receiving the penalty and has been moved in cold back, which is good to see. We've got a full field of cars. Everyone wants to really try and keep it clean, keep it moving, and I think Race Control's opted in the right direction this evening. Zane Hills, after serving his penalty, has just claimed another spot back, just passes KLW James on the track, moved his way back up to 23rd, so it'll be damage mitigation for him at this point in time. Currently he's 4 seconds or so just behind Lance Childs, by the look of things. He'll be taking a few more spots, move himself back up, hopefully inside the top 20. At this point in time, this battle and this train of cars just moving down the Camel Straight continues to build, continues to cause problems potentially for a few drivers. They'll have to keep their eyes both forwards and in the rear view mirror to prevent anyone trying to dive bomb at any point in the straight. Leading this little pack as it stands. Like Curry looks like Smythe. Graham Smythe is leading the pack as it stands. Curry looks like second. Might be reading that incorrectly. We've also got Osborne, Blomqvist, Anderson, Costello, McCutcheon, all tightly knit together, and Scotty Hasler's still trying to pull himself back up onto the rear end of this pack. And I think this is going to continue in much the same format for the next 5 or so minutes that we have remaining on the race. Sanford's yet to serve his stop. Yeah, so I'd say we might actually see Sanford in the lane this time through. I'm actually just going to run through quickly. So off-track numbers has actually skyrocketed for quite a few of our drivers. Ryan Wood's got 18 at this point in time. Bevan is 16. Calix Poole has 19, and David Sanford is 15 as well. Highest is actually Xavier Simmons on 20 at this point in time, with the exception of Taylor Bryant all the way back to 36. Most of the drivers in the mid-pack don't have all that many. I heard a couple of cars just colliding there in the background. We've got cars side by side. It looks like Costello has just had Anderson on the outside of him. Did he actually get by there? Anderson is right under the rear wing of Blomqvist. He's going to look to try and drive it around the outside. Let's see if he can do that now. Down into La Source. Doesn't quite get around. The runoff room provided. They're coming off La Source. There is no way they'll make it to Ray Rouge. Side by side. 2 cars are going to try it though.
Great driving. No, it's Costello and McCutcheon. Yeah, Costello and McCutcheon. Great driving for both of them to make sure they didn't run into one another, keep their lines, and give one another room as we head down here. It's going to be an interesting last 2.5 minutes here with these guys pushing hard to try and make up those last couple of positions where they can. I noticed Dave Sanford in my absence still hasn't gone through pit lane yet. He's up to 3rd place. He'll have to be in this lap. We've got to be careful here. Very careful here as it's going to dive down the inside by Costello there. Is he going to get that to stick on Anderson? Yes, he does. And job well done from him. So he's made up another position there in the Audi. This is where the Audi's strongest down this part of the track. So he's now trying to put some pressure onto Paul Bloomquist, who's up in a whopping 19 positions as well himself, into 10th position. Blomqvist is going to see, and this is where Costello needs to be aware. Blomqvist is going to have to pit. Elliot Osborne is going to have to pit. So Costello effectively up into 8th position at 9th position. My apologies. After those drivers go through pit lane, which they will need to do this lap.
So they'll have to keep an eye on things. I believe it was McCutcheon and Anderson that were trying to go side by side down through the double right-hander there. This group, I tell you what, the whole time you were away then, Stuart, the group didn't settle down. If anything, it got slightly more intense as things stand. So, good thing about Matty McCutcheon's BMW is that yellow and black one sticks out of this crowd. So, nice and easy to pick him up, as does the Audi there on Brandon Costello just in front of him. Gone!
Absolutely
oversent it down there and just pretty much locked all 4 wheels up, unstable on the braking. Sennett had a lot of room that he was trying to gather back up after being escorted off the road slightly earlier in the broadcast, and unfortunately that's another move I'm begging for.
And can I just point something out to everyone that the drivers remaining, 3 drivers remaining, Dave Sanford, who we're on board with now, Elliot Osborne and Paul Blomqvist, have not pitted. There's only 43 seconds to go, and I would be pretty sure that you are not allowed to finish the race in a transit through pit lane. Now, I did see Dave Sanford pull in on the safety car lap, and potentially that hasn't registered, but equally, I'm not sure that that will count as his pit lane transition either, because you're still under starter's orders until the flag goes green. And unless you're starting in pit lane, if you were starting in pit lane, which is effectively what he's done, that does not count for your compulsory pit stop.
It was a long way back on the opening lap.
It was,
so
but
I have a feeling he might have actually started from pit lane.
But even if he did, it doesn't count as his compulsory pit stop. So we're literally completing the race as we speak. This will be the last lap of the race, and he hasn't completed a stop, nor has Osborne or Bloomquist in this battle here, as we're on board with Osborne, who's got Bloomquist right behind him. So
I tell you what, unless these guys, it's just completely slipped their mind that they've got a stop to make.
That's what I'm thinking.
I mean,
yep, that's what I'm thinking.
It seems odd. It seems really odd that they would be thinking in that manner, though. Anyway, well, Ryan Wood is going to come on down through the chicane for the final time. Got a little bit unsteady.
He did get a little bit there, a little bit of nerve.
Yeah, but he's managed to close it out nicely. Flash of the lights, a little bit of celebration. Ian Bevan has done a really good job to get just under a second behind him right at the conclusion of that one. Sanford didn't
not pulling in.
A stop.
Hasn't pulled into pit lane, so I'm going to say these results are going to be provisional until that gets checked out, because definitely needed to serve a pit lane service and hasn't done it. So in my mind, that means that Calix Poon is actually our third place recipient for this evening, and it's going to potentially be premature celebrations for Sanford. He'll retain the lead of the championship because he'll drop down around about 46 seconds, so that'll end up with him finishing probably around 14th or 15th in this one. So Scotty Hasler will move up into third place in the championship standings, and Hamish Cleland's actually the big winner here. He will close the gap to Dave Sanford in first, so we'll find out what happens with that, and we'll let you know, so we can see if we can get our race leaders in here. I might just jump out quickly, and I'll leave you with the team as we are joined by Ian Bevan. I'm just going to jump out and check on what I can find out about that.
Yeah, no worries. All right, so we've got Bevan and Wood in here. We'll start with you, Ryan. That was a pretty clean run to victory. You broke away nice and early, and all of a sudden, Bevan started settling in, getting to grips with things, and started hunting you down. Were you a little bit worried? We saw a bobble there in the final chicane.
Yeah, he was chasing me down, and I saw that he was a bit quicker than Zane at the start of the race, so I was just trying to maintain the gap, and yeah, kind of went from there and just kept it clean. I made one mistake, actually two mistakes, and yeah, kind of tried not to make any more mistakes, but Ian was real quick and started to reel me in on those last couple of laps, but yeah, it was good fun.
Good to hear, and congratulations on the victory this evening. Ian, did you have a bit of a heart and mouth moment when you saw Ryan bobbling a little bit coming through the final chicane?
Yeah, a little bit. Not nearly as much of a heart and mouth moment as I had when that BMW was stopped on track in front of us, and he disappeared as I got there.
Ooh.
But first of all, I mean, congratulations to Ryan. That was a good race. I couldn't chase him down. I've got an absolute bag full of excuses about why I couldn't do that, and I can rattle them off in no particular order.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's go ahead. Start at
the top.
One?
Start at the
top. My favourite one is I'm actually sitting in my brand new rig. This is the first race I've done in this rig, and I've recalibrated my brakes so they take 30% more pressure. But the rig is great. This is a Simblax rig. Quick shout out to those guys. Great to buy, New Zealand made for a New Zealand league. Very fitting that I'm in a New Zealand race. But I genuinely actually was really struggling on the brakes and trying to figure out what how much brake pressure I should apply. Whether or not I'd have caught Ryan anyway, I don't know. But it's really good to have a good excuse up your sleeve when you lose, isn't it?
Well, next week you won't have that same excuse, Ian. You'll have more than enough time to get through and get some practicing done. Well, we're going to move on to third place this evening, David Sanford. Now, it's third place under a question mark. David, did you forget to make a stop, buddy?
No, I intentionally started from the back and tried to pit on lap 1 and see how well I could do because I've already won the championship, so I didn't care.
Well, that's fine. That makes sense then.
I mean, like, it's all fun and games, like being at the front, but I wanted to sort of challenge myself and to see how far up I could get. That was a bit rude before. I do care. I wanted to see like how far up I could get, and third was all I could do. Like at the end, me, Ian, and Ryan were all doing the same lap time. So I think if I was actually at the front, it would have been fun anyway. So it's kind of a catch-22, but I definitely enjoyed like chewing through the field and seeing some guys that you don't usually race. And I just like, you see guys that you pull away from, and you see like how far they've come in the last even 2 months or however long we've been doing this series, and it's quite, it's quite cool to see guys like Xavier Worthington, how fast he is now compared to where he was a few months ago. So I think the series has helped out a lot.
Oh, it's good to hear. And have you been putting much time in with any of these guys, offering them little bits and pieces in terms of support and tips and those sorts of things on the way past, or?
So I do hang out with a few guys like Hayden Guptill and Chris Manson and Tom Corbett, and me and Caleb Curry get on a bit. So, and they all like a lot of them are new to the Sims, so you just sort of you give them little things that you've picked up on the way. But I'm one of those guys that I don't really know what I'm doing. Like they ask, "Oh, are you second gear through here?" And I'll just say, "Can you just wait until my next lap and so I can find out when I get there?" Like I can't tell you. So I'm not like one of those guys where I'm a on the spot on demand tutor. I do it, and then when I do it, I say, "Oh yeah, you do it like this." So I mean, it definitely helps them, but mainly, coming through the field, like, and I say this a lot to guys that are still learning, it's just your braking. Like it's 100% braking. Like all of the pace you have over people is just when you come under brakes and like how you trail into the corner and stuff. And because people get good exits, like a lot of the time people were almost getting a better exit than me, but it's just not worth the amount of time they lose on entry, So yeah, at the end of the day, like everyone's out here to learn, and we do have a few bust ups, and everyone gets a bit mad at each other, but everyone's having fun. So
Yeah, look, so anyway, mate, it sounds like you've got it all under control there. It sounds like you had a boatload of fun in a different manner and got some practice from if something should go wrong at the start of next season on working your way through the field and got to catch up with a fair few friends along the way.
yeah, definitely, I actually pulled a pretty cool pass. I don't know if you guys got it. I pulled a sick pass on Calix Poon with like 6 minutes to go. And I mean, like, that's cool to see because Calix knows I'm quicker than him, and he knows there's 4 laps left. So why wouldn't you white line? Like, why wouldn't you just defend for your life and go for the big defend and stuff? So, yeah.
I don't think we did see that one. We'll
No.
certainly put that into a highlights package for during the week. So yeah, we'll try and find that one out and get that done.
Yeah, like it's just cool to see. Like that's the kind of racing that the series needs, and no one's taking you out on the way through and stuff like that. So it's definitely enjoyable for everyone involved when you do have those hard racing. Like he didn't make it easy for me at all.
But it was clean.
He's not taking you out, which is
Yeah.
really cool. And I was worried about that tonight. I was worried like I saw a few crashes like flying into the fence when I was passing and stuff. I was like, when's that going to be happening to me? So
Unbelievable
luckily,
effort. Like 43 cars. We were talking about it before the race. We were expecting there to be absolute carnage, and I think there was 6 cars that went off throughout the entire race. Like 43 cars going around Spa on cold tyres. You're bound to see someone overcommit. Coming once you get up down into the top end of the track, you're bound to see someone overcommit and spin. But there was none of it. Everyone did really well.
Yeah, I think I saw one car at the start parked in the fence, and then along the way I saw another 2 at the bus stop, but that was it. Everyone was getting mad at each other. Ian and Ryan will tell you that everyone's gone off the mic. So.
Oh yeah, no, trust me, I hooked mine up so I can sort of keep track of what's going on with this. So it was a fair few unhappy racing this evening, which is unfortunate for all involved, but hey, sometimes you've got to do it for the quality of racing in the future, and it also sets the standard for the drivers as well.
Yeah, exactly, and I think more so like people were just keen to finish, so we had a series like this probably 2 years ago, and no one really cared about finishing, and you'd have different people each week, and it would just be an absolute shit show. So now you've got guys that actually want to finish. There's battles in the championship for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and people are telling me like, yeah, I really want to get a top 10. Like I want to get that, and that's something that NZSR lacks sometimes in its road series. I talked to Brayton, the runner of the league, quite a lot, and we've always struggled to get those battles for 10th. It's always one or two going for it. But this year it's a lot different, which is really cool.
Well, I can speak from experience just from that race there. I think we spent about probably 10 minutes worth of the race just focusing on a 7-car battle for 13th or something, or 8th to 13th or something
Yeah,
it was. And it was just awesome to see. Like, there was some mistakes, as you're going to see, with guys that are coming together perhaps for the first time, because they're better at Spa than they are at other tracks, or they're worse at Spa than they are at other tracks. They're all of a sudden in a little bit out of sync in terms of where they are in the standings. But those guys, they made the mistakes. Unfortunately, there was lock breaks. Anderson got escorted wide at one point. I think that was just a driving mistake. It was just a bit of a racing incident. Somebody wanted to make an overtake and the overtake wasn't there. And unfortunately, sometimes that does happen. But I think the response from pretty much all the drivers was good. Like, there's room for me to improve. Okay, no problem. There's room for me to improve. I can do something here. But it was good to see race control step up and try and take control of the situation. I mean, sometimes it is. We've talked quite at length, I think, here on FGM ECast about race control and their ability to control the manner in which we go racing. And I think race control this evening's a more job. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Brayton's obviously doing it on his own, so he's got people calling out, oh, blah 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 did this, and I think he does mostly a good job. Like race control isn't ever perfect, so you can't sit here and bag him out for missing something. But if he ever does, like I don't know. But at the same time, like he's got a big job. There's 40 cars, and they're all going at him. He has to make a split-second decision, and I think most of the time he does make a pretty good decision. There's maybe I don't even know if we can go back on a time, and I've talked to him and said, hey, look at this, because on the spot he's made the right decision, and I know that he's removed a couple of people from the league permanently for just stupid driving, and he did one tonight as well. So it just shows sort of like he's not here to muck around, and he wants to make sure that there's clean racing and people enjoy it. Like he's a dirt guy, so he knows what elbows up is like. Karting guys sort of get it too. So if you're pushing and shoving, like that's fine, but a clean takeout is or just stupid maneuver. I think he judges pretty well on it. Yeah.
I think he from the few nights whereby I have been listening into the comms as well. I mean, first and foremost, he makes a decision. He makes it accurately and he makes it quickly. Those are probably the three hallmarks of somebody who does a phenomenal job in racing administration. Because look at the V8 supercars, for example. How many times do they just say, hey, we can't look at this right now, we have to look at it later, and we'll apply the penalty later? How many times does that happen? It happens all the time, and that's with a live track. This is somewhere whereby he can go in, he can adjust it, he can spin it around. He knows that he doesn't need to do that, and very quickly comes to a decision. I think all the power to him as well. He's done a phenomenal job.
Yeah. I don't know what the other guys think of it. Ian, you do a bit of racing with Geodesic. Have you done SCO and stuff like that, or?
Oh, I don't do it, but mainly the private leagues that Geo's in because they tend to race in the American time zone, which is a little bit unfortunate. But I mean, I just want to echo what you said. I think Brayton does a really, really good job. I mean, it was incredibly distracting, and it's definitely why I lost the race. In fact, it's probably why I lost the championship. But I won't completely blame Brayton. No, he does do a good job, and I was just saying on stream, in fact, every time I stream, the subject of the league, and I make sure I cover a couple of things, well, three things in fact. The breadth and depth of sim racing in New Zealand kind of surprised me. There's 550 members in this league, and I think a lot of them I don't see because I tend to road race a lot, and a lot of guys are doing dirt and ovals and so on. I think the second thing is the race control is no mucking around. I've seen a couple of people just kind of given a summary dismissal, and it's kind of brutal and distracting for a few seconds, but it does kind of set the standard, and you know where you stand. And the third thing is the setups for a fixed series setup. These are not kind of nannying setups; they're not understeery. You've actually got to pay attention, or you crash. And I think these three things together are, they're a good combination: a good breadth of the field, good setups, and good race control. And I'm really looking forward to doing this again next season and kicking your ass.
You've actually touched on a really good point there as well. When Brayton approached, or when I approached Brayton, I should say, to potentially get involved in broadcasting the series, when I got access to the league, I couldn't believe how many people were in it. I just didn't sort of trigger to think that it was as big a deal as it is in New Zealand. And the guys are quick. We've got a couple of guys that run in our AEE series that we are jumping to straight after this, and they're fast. And I don't mean like they do okay for themselves. Like some of them are half a second to a second quicker than most of the pack. And it's really good. And they're clean, good races, and it's a really great thing for the whole get up of sim racing to have guys like that participating, particularly when you can finally get a group of them together into a room effectively and have a good hit out.
Yeah, I'd like to see some more of them doing road races. I mean, I look at their I ratings. I'm a 4K driver, and that's okay. Ordinarily, though, if I'm coming up against someone who's a 1.6 or a 2.5K driver, it's all due respect to those guys, that should be a win for me. And here I am racing guys who are 1 or 2K because they don't race roadside. So it'd be really good. I think it'll be good for the races in our time zone in the GT cars, the official races I'm talking about now. If a few of them felt like actually doing more official races.
Well, I mean, look, from my personal experience, I mean, you can say it about cars. The V8 supercars, for example, you can say from 6:30 onwards of any given weeknight, you're going to see these 5 people in the lobbies, regardless of whether they be the oceanic specific lobbies or whether they be the generalized international ones, because they are just around those cars. Are you saying that there's not enough of those guys hitting up the lobbies of an evening? They're normally going to find them more on the dirt side of things?
Well, I'm guessing so. I mean, I don't recognise any of the names from this league from real racing, from official racing. But you just got to look at the ratings. The guy who finished in first place is 1.6K, and he's quite clearly not doing 1.6K pace. That just tells me he's not doing a huge amount of road racing, and I think it'd be great to see a few more of them doing it, getting their ratings up. I mean, getting their ratings up is a byproduct of simply doing more road racing. So.
It's actually kind of the how long have we actually to AEE, Stuart? Just quickly.
We just got 9 minutes to go. It's up on the screen here. 9 minutes to go in practice, so we've got plenty of time.
Beautiful, no problem. I just sort of wanted to keep the discussion going. It is an interesting discussion. Well, what's the next step then? To promote it? I mean, like Stuart said, there's 500 drivers within NZSR. What's the next step? Is it say, hey, we're all going to run GT3 cars followed by GTE cars tonight for just one of the public sessions? Is that something that's a potential, or?
Who was that question to?
Anyone.
The group.
Generic. Open mic.
The group.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking on my stream, which is a bit rude, so I completely missed the question.
Ryan, it's Ryan's turn.
Oh, I've only been on iRacing for like 2 months, so I don't know much about it. I just jam around with a couple of mates, Jackson, Susan, Harlow and stuff. So I race against some good guys and learn quite a bit. So I don't really have any say about your question, but that's why my I rating's so low, because I don't. My I rating's so low because I don't do any official. I just jam around on hosted and have a bit of fun.
And I think to some extent the answer to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I see around is that the series that you run in, the privately hosted and run series, are generally far easier for you to compete competitively because of the fact that they're run with a little bit of that, as you said, if someone got booted out tonight because they weren't doing the right thing, whereas you can go in to an open session, and particularly when you're in the lower sort of the 12 to 1500 mark, you can go in and have your night ruined by someone who just has absolutely no clue whatsoever. So people end up getting used to being able to run cleanly with a group of people and have a good competitive race, whether it be at the front of the field or in a pack of similar pace cars. And it's probably an issue that iRacing need to fix somehow, but I'm not particularly sure how they do that, where people still need to learn, whether they stay longer in MX5 until they get that consistency and get to a higher level. I don't know, but I think that's part of the issue.
Yeah,
go ahead. David.
Yeah. I haven't actually done an official since February, I think. And before the series, I hadn't committed to anything since like Scops last year. So I know my team Prologue is probably pissed off about that, but it's sort of it's like, you know, like I got really burnt out with taking iRacing all seriously and doing thousands of laps a week, and you don't really have fun anymore. So we made this series because I was like, Brayden, we just need to do like a series that is going to be cool and fun and easy. And you know, I was like, cool, I'm going to try win it. And that, honestly, like I haven't done an official since February. The last official I did, I think, like a proper road one, was the Daytona 24-hour. So that's,
Yeah,
or even the 12-hour where we died in lap 1. So
I'm with
yeah,
you. I do very few official races. I blow hot and cold. My rationale is quite simple. This is my hobby, and at the point at which it feels like it's a chore and it feels like it's a job, like I've learned over the few years that I've been doing it for 10 years now, that it's time to walk away, take a break. I completely walk away from iRacing, but I decided this time, instead of completely walking away, I do a few leagues, and you know, this is obviously one of the 3 that I've been running. But I think at the point at which it feels like a chore, absolutely walk away, take a break, get the enthusiasm back for it again.
Yeah, you're right.
Is it a case of we need to adjust? For me, coming into, I'm very fresh to iRacing. I started iRacing. I've played a variety of different simulators before, but never seriously. And I started iRacing for the first time, I think it would be April, May. And I jumped in the cars. I went, yep, I've done a whole bunch of sim racing. I know what's going on. And I've gone, hang on, why am I getting black flags? What's going on here? I think from a simulator standpoint, I don't think there is anything that you're going to find enough drivers on to actually compete with iRacing. It's cornered the market in a way, but I think it's also works in its favor as well. But it's sort of treading the line between being an arcade sim racer and being a sim racer. And I mean, we've already got Project Cars. We've already got Formula Ones. We've already got NASCAR Heat. Give me a sim racer that also teaches me how to be a driver, because there's no real sim racer out there that does that. There's no program. There's no saying, here's the racing rules. It's just, here's the track, go. And I'd like to see some sort of driver training. You know, before you can actually do your first D-class race, you have to sit down and watch a 10 to 15 minute seminar on racing and race etiquette.
yeah, I do see what you mean. And you, like, when you start competing at the top and stuff, and not the top, like I'm not trying to be a dick, but it actually genuinely surprises you how slow some people are. Like, it's amazing. And that's not in a bad way. It's kind of like everyone starts somewhere, and how do they actually learn and get better? And there's nothing that, apart from dropping, you know, money or coaching sessions with VRS and stuff like that, or getting in the right friend groups, what gets you better, unless you have natural talent.
Well, I mean, not
YouTube.
even that. The other thing is to consider is race rules. How many of the guys, and I'm pretty sure this would go for most people in the racing community, I did not learn a lot of the things about oval racing until I got a black flag for them. Passing on the inside in the 87s cars, we were not exposed to that sort of thing out here. How else are we going to learn that?
Yeah, I see what you mean, but all right, I'm gonna go have a shower. Anyway, I'll thanks for the broadcast and good job, Ryan. That was really fast.
Cheers, mate.
All right,
Cheers, guys. I think at that stage
Thank
here,
you,
we
guys.
will
Yeah.
kick on to a break. Thanks for the conversation. A good, robust discussion about the things that we can probably improve a little bit on iRacing, but certainly the reason why a lot of the series that we participate in exist as well to cater for that market. So we've got just about 2 minutes to go in the practice session before the AEE race at Sebring. We've got qualifying in between. So what we're going to do now, we'll quickly throw to a break. We're just going to, we'll leave the racing on the screen for you actually. We're just going to mute so that Scotty and I can go and grab a glass of water and get ourselves ready for qualifying, followed by the 2-hour race here at Sebring, which will finish in the dark. So that will be that, and we'll see you when we come back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, and we're back at Sebring for the third round of the AEE Championship. Brought to you by AFTERSHOCK PC, our fantastic partners who help us make all of this possible. We've got 24 minutes to go in qualifying here. It's a little bit thin this evening, but what is good to see, we've got a more balanced field tonight with some extra GT3 drivers joining along with our swamped field of GTE. So we've still got around about 40 cars on the track. And I think there's been a fair bit of power interruption in Victoria this evening where a lot of our drivers are from. That hasn't helped us in any way, shape or form in ensuring that everyone gets out on track. So, look, the majority of them have made it. We've got a few missing persons, but we're still in for one hell of a race. Currently at the moment we've got Mark Gibson as the fastest car. He is done a 55.38. Right behind him, however, Jesse Butler at 55.58. The first of the NSR Motorsport cars. My apologies, in the Mark 1 esports car. Obviously Jesse getting adjusted to his VR and new setup that he's got there, so that's fantastic to see. Matty Bowler in third, Pat Gallo fourth, and then we've got Ron Polito, Jason Vincent Muscat, and Jeff Thomas in the top 7 positions. Lee Vandenberg in 8th, he was one of the ones interrupted by a power outage. Simon Poulsen's in 9th, and Phil Polito in 10th. Probably in new gear as well, Phil. So we've got a fair swathe of drivers still yet to do a full lap out. And Sebring, what a track. An old Air Force base, if my memory serves me correctly. And definitely a cracking track. It's really well lit. We are going to run here into the darkness of the evening, and you'll get to see how it looks. It's set up to run a, this is one of the endurance tracks. It forms one of the 3 in the 24 hours series, along with Daytona and Le Mans as well. So yeah, a cracking place to go car racing, and pretty quick as well. So around 1:55 a lap here for our front runners, our faster cars, and looking at around 2 minutes a lap flat for the GT3 cars. Brayden Nash goes fastest with a 55.20. Doing a big handbrake turn there out of that corner, so he's done a cracking job to get that one up the top. Jesse Butler out on track as well. Scotty Rankin is joining us tonight. He's just having his break as we do a big back-to-back stream here, straight out of the end of the school day, and doing what we can to bring you the best entertainment. A little light on for numbers tonight, so if you'd like to get involved in the chat, do so, and certainly if you are watching the stream, we would very much appreciate it if you would share it, or even create a watch party and let everyone know what you're doing on this Thursday night. We'll get a little more serious here with around about 10 minutes to go in the qualifying session. We had a really constructive discussion at the end of the NZSR race, which finished just a matter of about 10 minutes or so ago, and talking about getting into iRacing and where you go to learn. And Reese Ashmore dropped into the chat, actually one of our drivers in this series. We're talking about where you can learn racecraft, and there's a couple of things obviously we'll touch on here, but where you can learn racecraft as part of entering something like this, if you are, you know, effectively green to the sport. I think most motorsport fans will have a general understanding of rules and regulations and flags and what have you, but we put it to the guys as part of the discussion in the NZR series, how we can get more people doing the main game iRacing series to develop their skills as part of coming into these tailor-made series that are run, you know, obviously not just by our broadcast, but there's plenty of broadcasts across the globe with Series 4 drivers. So, and there was some conversation around driver training and we had Reese drop into the chat and say that there is a video that you're meant to watch at the start of your iRacing career that gets you something. You get some sort of qualification when you complete it. And I had a quick look during the break, and he's right, there is a training video that you're supposed to watch at the start of things that explain flags and passing rules and the like as you get into it. I think a lot of drivers obviously try and get through that as quickly as they can just to get on track. It's like when you jump on a PlayStation, grab a PlayStation game for the first time, and you chuck the CD into the disc drive and then sit there for 3 hours while the PlayStation downloads a whole heap of content before you can actually play the game. And that instructional video, I think, probably is a little bit like that to a lot of the people just wanting to get in and start racing cars. But the game here, and we talk about it often, it is called a simulator, but I can tell you from my on-track experience, it's as close as you'll get in terms of how the car feels, how it responds to different inputs. And albeit that racing a car, we've said it a lot, you race with your bum. In terms of feel, here you get the feel from what you see. It's very similar in terms of locking brakes, pressure, cold tyres. The way that the simulator has developed over time is extremely accurate. So the developers of iRacing have actually been doing this since the mid-90s. They actually brought out a couple of IndyCar games back in the day under the Papyrus brand name. So this isn't sort of a flash in the pan thing that's just come about over the last couple of years, or even that has suddenly just blown up in popularity over the last couple of months. It's been well and truly developed over a period of time. And when people make the jibe about sim racing, it can't be that realistic and all that sort of stuff. The one thing I often fall back on is, if it's not that realistic, then why do real race car drivers, I'm not just talking about people like me who are an amateur racer on the weekend, a weekend warrior, or whatever the case might be, but Shane Van Gisbergen, you saw during the downtime doing a lot of iRacing and very competitive in the V8 Supercar series that was broadcast, which was broadcast using this platform. Scotty McLaughlin, another one extremely competitive on iRacing, does IndyCar racing in the States overnight as well, participating in those series. And we're talking about guys here who obviously race at the pinnacle of Australian motorsport, in Scotty's case, and in Shane's case also do a lot of GT racing overseas. And if it was miles different to what they experienced on track, they wouldn't invest the time and the money in the rigs that they've got to do it. They'd just grab a PlayStation controller and play Gran Turismo. So, it definitely is the realism is there, and in terms of educating people and getting into it, another avenue for them is literally YouTube. Jumping on YouTube, there's lots of guys out there who do a lot of how-to videos, setting up things, bits and pieces. And then, of course, a plug for one of our sponsors, Virtual Motorsport Mentor. There are services of guys who've got a lot of experience. Chris has been racing in this particular platform for 7 or 8 years. So there's guys who've done it, have time in the cars, and developed their skill set over a period of time to help you get involved. And the community is really good as well. It's probably the biggest thing that I've found about this as a racer as opposed to a broadcaster, is that the community is great. A lot of the guys know that giving you information is not necessarily going to make you quicker than them. If nothing else, it can improve the level of competition. So they're pretty open in helping people with getting their computer set up properly, getting the screen set up properly, steering wheel feedback properly, how to use your pedals, how to adjust them. So there's a lot of information out there if you are just starting out. It's not a game where you can go quick on lap one unless you're extremely talented. It just doesn't happen, and that's again the same as real life. You can't jump in a V8 Supercar and go within a tenth or 2/10 of a professional V8 Supercar driver's lap time. This is no different. So yeah, a good conversation there, and enjoyable to get some feedback from the guys in New Zealand as well, where their scene's really strong. That league itself has 500 members in it, which is why tonight we had a field of 43 cars. It's a massive field to get to turn up on a Thursday night for GT racing, and there's so much available. So plenty to come from this particular platform, and obviously we love it. We stream iRacing basically 5 days a week, and have every plan to stream this platform more and more and more as we negotiate our way through some deals in the States and the UK and stuff like that to increase the stream here. So plenty to come from us, and definitely love to see more people out there and getting involved and participating in the community. If there's any way we can help that, then drop us a note. So we've still got 14 minutes to go in qualifying at the moment. Braden Nash still on our fastest lap. He is sitting in pit lane at the moment. We've got Mark Gibson in second with Jesse Butler third. Matty Bowler in fourth. Matty Bowler joining the NSR team as well. We do have a team championship as part of this. We're just still making sure we've got the all the places right for that. We'll bring you an update on that team championship a little later on in our streaming. Tim Russell is in fifth. We've got Pat Gallo in sixth. He is in another Mark 1 esports car. So a lot of competition at the front here between those two teams. Lee Vandenberg currently in seventh. He is the first of our BMWs. We do have a little bit of Porsche Cup happening here, but the car is too competitive for these drivers not to jump in it. We've got TK in eighth. Timothy Fevin currently in ninth. He's not on track. Neither is Ron Polito. No, Ron Polito is on track. Ron doing a cracking job with the Polito Brothers Motorsport team, as that team broadens its involvement in our series, which we absolutely love. Tomo in 11th, the fan favourite, and we've got Jason Musket, or the Musk Stick as we love to call him, in 12th in the first of the VMM cars. We understand Jaden Sweeney unfortunately not able to make it tonight. He is a victim of the blackout that has hit parts of the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne. So if you're watching the replay, Jaden, or if you've got on just in time to have a watch or qualify, mate, looking forward to seeing you at Sebring, this very track on Saturday night. Motorsport VMM cars run at that event. It's a 6-hour event we will have on the stream. Todd Gibson, he's down in 14th. We've got Simon Poulsen, welcome to the series, Simon. He's in 15th. Martin Lofthouse in 16th. Hayden Jackson is down in 17th at the moment. Old Frank Kodak in literally now my favourite livery car in the series. Sorry about that, NSR boys. I still love the colour of your Porsche, but we'll try and get a close-up if we can of the livery of the Kodak car. This is fantastic. The Bend Motorsport Park, like everything at the Bend. This one here is an artwork, an absolute billboard for that track. So he's just getting himself bed into the series here. It's only his second run around with us, and he will continue to get quicker and quicker. So we've got, that is the rundown of our GTE field. Have a look through the GT3 field, starting out with Chris Purnell. He's in pit lane, fastest man on the track at the moment with a 59.7. Sebastian Murray Westberg doing a good job. He is in second place, and I did hear through the line that he had an LMP win in an endurance race last weekend or the weekend before, having a good run, I believe, at Road America. So congratulations to him and the RRT boys. Michael Spithill in third. Speaking of the RRT boys, teammates in second and third, splitting Luke Traher and Chris Purnell, who are in the VMM Academy cars. We've got Reece Grant also in one of those vehicles in fifth. Logan Barnett currently in sixth in his Mercedes, with Braden O'Loughlin in eighth, and we've got Brenton Nishke in ninth. As sorry, we did have a skip there. Joseph Daly joining the series, doing his first run with us tonight, and hopefully he'll have the stream up there, which he does as well. Reece Ashmore currently in 11th in the VMM sister car. We've got Brady Buchanan at the moment, just down. I think he's just not doing. Dave Johnson's still in pit lane too. So we've got a big field tonight. Again, it's one of the things we love about Super GT Thursday, is that we've got plenty of cars and plenty of action on track. Our series just before, as we mentioned, 43 cars on track. Here tonight we're looking at around about 31 with a few drivers missing. Normally we're up around the 40 as well. So thanks very much for joining the broadcast, Jamie. I'm sure Chris will be absolutely wrapped with your support as well, as he tries to make it a hat-trick of wins in the GT3 class to defend that number one that he should be running on his door, but he doesn't. Timothy Fevin's got that tonight, which we will we'll need to address because he's not the current champion, but a little bit behind in the admin on this one this evening. So what are we going to expect? Well, the track's getting cooler now, and the cooler track temps mean that we're getting towards, you can see that sun setting, we're going to start getting towards that sort of ideal track temperature. We may or even be there already. We'll just bring the weather up on the screen so that we can have a look at that one. And we've got the Razer streamer logo right in the way there. We'll get that out of the way. And yeah, track temp now 21, so we're basically at that that really great temperature in these races. So expect the guys to come out and do some pretty quick laps as we continue to get down towards the end of qualifying here. And yeah, Jesse Butler for the GTE win. That's a good call as well. I know he's got his gear now sorted out, Jamie, so he was incredibly quick with what we'd effectively describe as a pedal cart when he ran here in our series last season, and now he's got some good equipment behind him. He can only stand to go quicker, which is going to be awesome for us to watch. Looking forward to seeing that. He's doing well here. He has been adjusting to that equipment over the last couple of rounds. This series now running fortnightly, and yeah, he's been adjusting to that equipment, so good to see him doing what he does best. Reese Ashmore on an outlap now. We'll try and jump on board with him as he brings that car out of pit lane. Get on with doing some practice there and trying to get that up there as well. So might be looking to move up on that. He won't want to be starting at the back of the GT3 field. Definitely wanting to look at running in the GT up towards the front of that class. A little bit of a play around here with a couple of the options we've got in terms of the view here. Just to try and give you a little bit of a better idea of what is going on. See the sun setting there. The track lights will come on shortly. This track looks fantastic in the evening light. It's part of the reason why we've chosen to start this one a little bit late. We do vary the times where we can between the races. So this one here is starting late afternoon deliberately, so we're going to have an evening finish. And definitely what we want to see. Said this will look fantastic when the lights do come up. It'll be just before race start to get that dusk, and we'll have the lights blaze and the track lights, which has basically runway strip lighting on it, will pick up, and the drivers will get to deal with that as a challenge. So good for those drivers joining us for the first time tonight. They get a little bit of a baptism of fire as we head into this one. he's done a good lap there at 55.49. Sorry, just dealing with a couple of other bits and pieces just to make sure they're ready to go for the race. 3 minutes to go in this one. We've got Ashmore just pulled off on the inside of the track there, I think trying to get out of the way of a couple of those faster cars coming through as we get down towards the last 3 minutes of this race at Sebring. Jumped up board here with Mark Gibson, who is on a flying lap. He's trying to improve just 55.38. He's done Braden Nash 55.2 in front of him. So trying to make sure that he can get onto pole position here. It's going to be tough at the start of this race with the field that we've got to make sure that everyone gets through this first lap tidy. It basically what we do is we split the race start a little bit here with the the GTE drivers starting out on the flag when it goes green, and our GT3 drivers delayed slightly to start their race when they cross the start-finish line, that big checkered flag that you just saw on the stream there, as Mark Gibson wasn't able to do anything better. But we did see Timothy Febin, the man right behind him, improve on his fastest time, doing a 55.32. So just a tenth between himself and Nash in front in pole position. Jump on board now with Jesse Butler and see if he can do anything to improve his lap time. Joe Daly doing 2 green sectors there and completing his lap. He has moved himself up into 7th in the GT3 category. So we've got a minute to go. We're still on board with Butler here. He's got 2 green sectors, so this lap is going to be a good one. Is it going to move him up the grid? It should do. Just waiting for the timing screen update. Yes, it does. Cracking lap. He's moved himself up into 2nd position. So on the front row of the grid there with 40 seconds to go. A great last minute dash from Jesse to get the job done. So not quite taking out pole, but 3/10 faster than Timothy Fevin. Now Timothy Fevin's still out on track. He has not done any green sectors on this lap, so at this stage not improving on his fastest one. And he will probably start this one from 3rd. We've got Lee Vandenberg on a flyer as well. Stick on board here with Febin as Vandenberg is about to complete his lap 2. Febin green final sector there, and he's not on the screen. Just taking a little while to update tonight. I don't believe he's improved his time at all, so he's going to start in 3rd. Lee Vandenberg coming down to the last corner here, and he's run that one straight ahead, so that's the end of that lap for him. Gibson still out on track doing his fastest lap as well. He will not get to complete that lap, I don't believe, as the checkered flag has waved. Russell in that Bow Repairs RRT Porsche. He has still going on that one, but I think he'll get timed out as well. So order's pretty much where it is. Our GT3 drivers are concluded, none of those out on track, so we'll run you through the list there. We've got Purnell taking out pole position there. He'll start on P1 with Sebastian Murray Westberg alongside him. Michael Spithill in 3rd. Luke Trahere 4th. Logan Barnett, great job to put the Mercedes into 5th position. Reece Grant in 6th. We've got Joe Daly in 7th in a Ferrari. Welcome to the series. Braden O'Loughlin starting out 8th in the Mercedes with Brenton Nishke in 9th. Dave Johnson in 10th, and we've got Reece Ashmore in 11th place in his Audi. Brady Buchanan at the moment still in pit lane, showing down the bottom of the timing list there, so we'll see what goes on with that. Just wait for the server to kick over here and get into things. We've got, it is Nash from Butler, 1-2, and then we've got the Febin and Lee Vandenberg in 3rd and 4th. We've got Gibson 5th, Matthew Bowler in 6th, Tim Russell in 7th, TK doing a good job getting into 8th position, Pat Gallo 9th, and Jason Vincent Muscat in 10th. Got Polito 11th, Thomas 12th, Phil Polito in 13th, Simon Poulsen in 14th with Todd Gibson 15th. No, Todd Gibson just getting through there, moving himself up into 14th. Martin Lofthouse in 16th, Hayden Jackson 17th, and old Kodak in 18th. And yeah, Jesse did absolutely a clutch there. He got it done on that last lap, so he's done a ripper job to pull the rabbit out of the hat right at the end there. Just before we get into starting this race. So the drivers will grid up for those of you new to the series, and they'll do a warm-up. It's not a full lap, it's only a half lap. They'll do a warm-up half lap, gridded in their categories. So we've got GTE at the front of the field, followed by the GT3 guys soon behind them, and the guys at the front will be controlled by the pace car. When the pace car pulls off, the flag will drop, they'll go racing, and our GT3 guys will start the race when they cross the start-finish line, just to create a little bit of a gap between the two fields. Looking to see, definitely the hour mark is the critical time for these cars tonight, and they may not need to take tyres. In fact, I would bet a majority of the drivers don't take tyres this evening. With the cool track temperatures, they should be able to get through this race with one set of tyres. So just waiting for the cars to jump out on track, and we'll jump on board with them as they do this warm-up section of the lap and go from there. Partner in crime tonight, Luke. Thank you for the share. Scotty Rankin's had to unfortunately pull up stumps early. He is not feeling the best, so wish you all the best, Scotty, and hopefully you're feeling a little bit better soon, mate. Thank you for your help on the New Zealand section of this stream as we head into 2 hours now around Sebring, and it's going to be a cracker. We'll jump on board now with at the front of the grid with Braden Nash. As the grid comes up there, you can see the guys getting it done. Thanks for the share there as well, Jamie. Appreciate it. As we try to get more people on board, drop us a line in the chat and let us know who you think's going to win here tonight. It's going to be a quick first lap with the guys on the front row, Nash and Butler. Quite a short actual pit run up here. We've got basically only the last corner the car will pull into the pit lane, so hopefully not too much issue on turn one on cold tyres. So we'll see how the drivers fare. These guys know what they're doing. We're just waiting for the last of the cars to get onto the grid now. They've only got about 15 seconds to go before the pace car will pull away, and we will get this race underway. And watch out, it's going to be a corker. Good to see a few more GT3 cars out there. There's still gaps in that category. If you're looking to run, then we're definitely happy to have a few more drivers jump into the GT3 category. GTE is basically full. We've got generally anywhere between 25 to 30 cars in that category. So definitely just looking to add cars to the GT3, but you do then get the option of changing up next year if there is room. You can see the lights blazing here for the cars as we head around under the control of our front two cars. Will do the best job we can to give you coverage as we are away, and Braden Nash has made a run for it, and just about there, missing the start a little bit unfortunately. We'll double check to make sure that that was all good on green. As we get down into turn one, we're looking to make sure that everyone makes their way through here. We're going to jump back and try and hold this camera here and watch some of the pack as all the drivers looking to get through there very cleanly, which is a really, really good job from them all. The pass just down on the inside there. Gallo getting the job done on Jason Muscat. I'm going to jump back quickly to Chris Purnell. As you can see here, the start there not quite forming up as well as they needed to. Not sure what's going on there with Spithill, but that's okay. They'll get away as they head down through turn one as well. Looking for a clean start there. Purnell out to a good gap already, but he will be under pressure before he knows it from Spithill and from Murray Westberg, who will chase him down in the Mercedes and the Ferrari there, with Westberg going down underneath. As we see a couple of accidents early on in our GTE series. We'll bring the results of those two with Poulsen's and Hodak looking like they have had a off-track. That's still circulating, so potentially they're just running wide, but we'll keep an eye on that. Drivers do have fast repairs tonight. I'm expecting this to make at least one pit stop. I'm not expecting to see any guys as we head down towards the fastest section of the track here. Two sweeping left-handers who are on the brakes, using a little bit of the curve here to get around through the corner, maximise your exit speed, and definitely get the best benefit you can before to run down the back straight into a rather tricky last turn. They race for position 1, and Butler just sitting in behind them here. Fevon's going to get the job done down the inside of Nash by the look of it. Plenty of room given there as well. It's a long race. We've got an hour 58 to go in this one, and Butler will be looking just to stick with this front group and maintain his lap pace and stick with them until our first grid window expected around about, at this stage, I'd say lap 30. Should be 60 laps here tonight, given the relative lap times of these cars. So welcome to those of you who've just joined the stream. We've just started here, and the news is that Braden Nash took out pole position in the GTE class and has just dropped one place then to Timothy Fevon on lap 1, just at the last corner, as we see Nate Bowl and wide and dropping down the field. We've got 2 split categories here. We've got 20 GTE cars and a dozen GT3 cars running in this category. We've still got room in the GT3 category, so if you're looking for a place to run on a Thursday night and do a little bit of shorter format endurance racing, but endurance racing all the same with our 2-hour race distance, then jump onto FGMeCast.com and get it done. Thanks very much for letting us know there, Darren. I've dropped that one up a little bit. We're actually running a brand new sound setup tonight, so I did try to get it all balanced before we started broadcasting tonight, but obviously didn't quite get it right with the blackout that we had just before starting streaming. I ran out of time, unfortunately, to get it all balanced, so I appreciate your feedback. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Always difficult to achieve the balance between my voice and the cars, which I'm sure you also want to hear, so part of the reason for the change in our setup, and we'll get that right over the next couple of weeks. So Fevon opening up a little bit of a gap here. He's about half a second up the road. Jesse Butler half a second behind Braden Nash in the mid-pack there. And I've just seen that Thompson, unfortunately, it looks like he's had an off, and we'll bring you a replay for that one. So it's very difficult down into this turn. It's a real tricky one. You've got to run the car late and then turn right back in across yourself to try and get it in as close as you can to the cone on the inside of the track there. Just check in with our GT3 leader, Chris Purnell. He has about a 1.5 second gap to Sebastian Murray Westberg behind him. You can see Westberg there just bringing up the back of our pictures. We've got a car backwards on the track there. That's actually Jeff Thomas. So he's looks like he's just waiting for the track to clear so he can do a U-turn in that BMW, and no doubt we'll bring that into pit lane to get that repaired. That's bad luck for Thomas. He will run a strong race though, I am sure, and get himself back up into the field. So bad luck to him at the start there. So we've got Murray Westberg there in second place in the Mercedes. He's got a little bit of gap over Michael Spithill, the third place qualifier in that GT3 class. So you can see him a little bit further back down the track there. Turn 1, one of the fastest turns in motorsport. It's fantastic. So did have a pretty strong result for Murray Westberg last time out, finishing third, and he'll be looking to do or improve on that as we get through this evening's race. Michael Spithill there in fourth with Reece Grant behind him. Look for Reece Grant to come through quickly, and we've got Luke Trahair behind him. So good little battle pack here that will form and run close together. Braden O'Loughlin and Joseph Daly there running side by side as they head down the back straight to the hairpin, just giving way there, as well as Daly spun out and giving him a tap on the inside, so not helping it necessarily their cause. So look back through the rest of the field. So Pat Gallo, Timothy Russell here with a move on, just not quite able to get that done there. Down the inside into the last corner here. We'll try and get a good run out here and maybe make some action happen as he heads down into turn 1. What we'll do is we'll jump on the roll bar of the Thomas Kirky car to get an idea of what it looks like for a lap around this track. He is under pressure here from Pat Gallo behind him, and we'll just stick on board and see the track itself. You can see those lights just starting to take effect down the outside lines of the track, and we'll definitely be finishing in the darkness in this race, which is as it was intended. So that's what it looks like for a lap around Sebring here as we've jumped on the nose of Pat Gallo's car as he continues to harass the back of TK's Porsche and was doing so for that full lap that we were on board for, as that TK runs a little wide there with a grab of the left hand front wheel, and got to get a really strong exit out of that corner, otherwise you penalise yourself for the length of this straight, and then coming down into the braking zone you leave yourself exposed at this slow right hand. TK runs really wide there. He's just managed to grab that one up. So Gallo under pressure as well from Timothy Russell behind him, and Vincent Muscat coming up onto the back of this pack as well. So we'll stick with this battle for a little bit. I can tell you that the gap at the front of the field is around about 2 seconds at the moment between Febin and Nash. Jesse Butler on the back of Braden Nash, so keep an eye on that battle as well, and if anything develops we will bring that to you. We do try and give coverage to all the field there. As TK runs wide, he's going to get a slowdown for that one there as he used far too much of the track. So yeah, he's moved over the inside. He's going to serve that straight away. But he'll try and defend if he can to not lose position, but he will. Pat Gallo will go past him, and TK getting that one done as quickly as he got it, just to get it out of the way. He's in a good part of the circuit to be able to get it done. He's only lost 2 positions, and he'll close right back up on the back of Timothy Russell and Pat Gallo in front of him. So just quickly check in with our leaders here. So we're actually on board Febin just up the road from these two, and around about half a second, and then you've got Nash behind him and Jesse Butler a couple of seconds back down the road. So it's every chance that this is going to be on like this for a majority of the race here, with these two guys running hot and hard the entire 2 hours. So pit stops are going to be very important in terms of getting the overall strategy right and making sure that it happens. Power outage is still affecting Melbourne, so I've just been told. So very disappointing there. We've lost a couple of our stronger drivers as a result of it, so they'll be frustrated by that, but certainly no doubt looking forward to joining us next week when they get back to it. Next week we head to Le Mans before Bathurst, Road Atlanta, then we've got the Spa session at Spa, I should say, not a Spa session, we've got a session at Spa on 22nd of October before finalising our championship at the Nürburgring on the 29th of October, so there's still plenty of time left in this one as we are at the round 3 of this AEE round, Series 2. Brought to you by, obviously, FGM ECast and our broadcast partners. AFTERSHOCK PC, Brian and the crew out at St Kilda, and we are a Razer streamer, along with Virtual Motorsport Mentor and the work they do to help a lot of our drivers make their way up the field. So closing up there on Butler, actually, is Mark Gibson, so that gap there down to under a second. Having a look at our GT3 class as well, as Chris Purnell still just within touching distance of Sebastian Murray-Westberg behind him. 2 seconds gap, my apologies, between those two drivers as we get around to start lap 7 in this time certain 2-hour race, so keep an eye on these battles where we can. Luke Traher also under a little bit of pressure here from Logan Barnett, so he's about a second further back down the road. And our battle packs continue to develop. We've got Reece Ashmore doing a cracking job. He's up 3 places from his qualifying position and doing well. So doing a great job in getting that car up from the back of the field. Thanks very much for the like there, Jeff. Appreciate it. And pity we haven't got you in the field tonight. I'm sure you enjoyed your race the other night. However, have a look at Martin there. Yeah, I was keeping an eye on this little battle that is developing. Phil Polito back for his first week, and Lofthouse doing a good job. Unfortunately, Tomo there, Hutto getting taken out a little bit earlier on in the race, so he's now trying to make his way back up through the field to get back to the rest of the GTE pack. Brady Buchanan has come off track as well, so he's still trying to get the job done in that Porsche. He's actually towed back to pit lane. I'll see if I've still got the event saved. Yeah, we do there. So let's jump on board now with Tomo. I think he just got on cold tyres. Unfortunately, rotated through the corner too much. And yeah, just trying to avoid an accident there. So it wasn't too bad for him. But then I think when he came back on as well, just jump onto that, he unfortunately ran wide as well. So not bad for him, but just cost him a lot of time. He had to wait for virtually the whole field to go through past him before he was able to jump back on. So doing the right thing, rejoining the track in the right fashion. But yeah, unfortunately not able to get the job done. No worries at all, Lee. We appreciate you trying to get on, mate. It affected a couple of the guys tonight, including ourselves. So certainly understand and look forward to seeing you back in a couple of weeks when we head to Le Mans. So there's Tomo there, just making his way through some of our GT3 field. He's just up with Logan Barnett. He's just gone past Luke Traher, so he'll make his way back up with the speed differential. Of course, being a shorter track like this, it doesn't create a massive time difference like we normally see of anywhere up to 7 seconds between the GTE GT3 cars. At this track, we're looking at around about 3 seconds between our fastest GT3 and the GTEs, so it's not quite as easy for them to make their way through, but most of the GT3 drivers will make space. You can see there those lights on track starting to take effect as we get towards the tail end of twilight. Still close here between Gallo and TK, as TK had to serve that short penalty for running wide of track. He's now back trying to get that position back from Pat Gallo. Tim Russell has run away a little bit in that one and is now a couple of seconds up the road. Expecting pit time around about that's an incorrect note there. Expecting pit times around about the hour mark here. The guys should all get there. Not expecting anyone really to take tyres in this race at all, given the temperature of the track now, which will be well and truly at 20 or below. And that means they should be able to get through double stinting those tyres and save themselves a little bit of time in pit lane. So Braden Nash, I just noticed, has closed the gap up on Febin. So down now to under half a second. Those lights definitely taking effect, as you can see there. So once we do get into night time, we'll jump into the cab of one of these cars and let them take you for a lap around the track so you can get an idea on how it looks and what they get to do inside when it's dark, what they get to see, I should say. There's Nash there going quicker, nearly half a second quicker than Timothy Febb in that lap, and that has accounted for that gap reducing. Also notice that Gibson has got past Jesse Butler on this lap as well, so Butler now down to fourth as we've got a car off track there. That was looks like the 23 car of Ashmore just running wide there, so Gibson here under pressure still from Butler as they jump up onto the back of one of our lap cars that looks like it might be the car of Brenton Nishke, who has got out of the way. Has he? No, he's caused an accident, unfortunately, so that is not ideal at all, and there'll be a very angry driver under the helmet there with that one from Jesse Butler, unfortunately getting caught up behind him there. Sometimes when these guys try to do the right thing and get out of the way, they unfortunately get in the way, so very important there for him to just maintain his racing line, maintain his race speed so that he could allow those faster cars to get through. So a little bit of education there for him, but I'm sure he will learn and get the job done in the future. Hopefully that hasn't affected Butler's car too much. Doesn't look like it has. It would have been a fairly low speed accident, but it has meant that he's dropped a little bit further back behind Gibson than he would have liked. So we need to manage that caution now through to the pit stop. There's a fair bit of traffic going on down the back here as well. Just trying to have a closer look at that, with a couple of our faster guys coming through as well. Russell there, Pat Gallo and TK just trying to make their way through and complete another lap. It's Mercedes going terribly slow. Brady Buchanan was off the track again there. So Jeff Thomas now still making his way through the field here, up chasing down Sebastian Murray Westberg, who's closed the gap up significantly on Chris Pernelli, as you can see there. So now got a very solid battle here for first and second in our GT3 category, and you can imagine here Murray Westberg will be pulling out from behind Purnell. Is he? No, he's just going to stick in behind him as they head down into the last corner, and he's definitely putting the pressure on to Purnell. Jump on board with Murray Westberg there, and you can see how close behind Purnell he is. He is going to keep applying the pressure onto the back of that VMM Audi as they head down through turn one. You can see here it's a very, very bumpy circuit, so the dampers get a good solid workout, and very important in controlling the tyre on the car and helping you maintain traction. So see where the Mercedes is quicker through this lap, and it's actually through the second sector, the sector we're about to come up to. So he will be looking to try and take advantage where he can and get down on the inside. Ashmore now has done his repairs. He's out of pit lane and back into the track. Purnell grabbed a little bit more of the curb there than he probably would have wanted to, and he is probably feeling a little bit of the pressure here from Murray Westberg. Closing the gap up here. He's going to want to try and get a good run out of this section of the track to jump onto the tail of Purnell and get a run down onto him into the last corner. He's getting a little bit too far behind, unfortunately. Gap opening up to just under a second, so he will get the benefit of a little bit of the draft, but not enough to be able to do anything about it at this interval of the race. Now 37 to go, and I can tell you this is our battle for the front of the GT3 category between Chris Purnell and Sebastian Murray Westberg. We've got Michael Spithill in third in this category, and we've got Jeff Thompson actually the lights following this pack. He is making his way back through the field after a little bit of bad luck on turn 8, I believe it is, on lap 1. Up the front, Timothy Febbin still leading from Braden Nash, with Mark Gibson and Jesse Butler, our third and fourth place cars. Butler getting a little bit of bad luck as well at the start of the race with a slower car getting involved with him, and he has dropped down from a cracking second in qualifying, where he managed to take out second place just at the end of the round. So doing a good job at getting the second place. But got plenty of time left, so it's not going to affect him too much. He should be able to try and get it done and get back up to the front of the field here, as we've got Thomas coming through the GT3 category here. This will get him to the front of that pack, or to the back of the GT class, which will be where we'll be wanting to get to. Definitely quicker in a straight line than the two in front of him, so he'll just have to try and bide his time a little bit where he can. It's actually for position, because there is an overall grid on this race, but he will want to be trying to get through and get on with getting back up onto the back of the main pack in the GTEs. He should be able to get it done down the straight here if he gets a good enough drive out of the final corner before the straight. If not, he'll get the benefit of the draft in that big bad BMW, and he'll get a run down the inside here. As you can see him there, just eating up the Sebastian Murray Westberg Mercedes, but still not quite managing to get through there. I'm not sure how that happened. There's Westberg all over the back of Purnell again, so these two quite close together, as we've got a slow moving Porsche on the inside of the track. So there, Thomas able to get through on Murray Westberg. He'll be trying to get past Purnell now as well, and he should get the job done down the inside. Purnell giving him plenty of room there, knowing that the GTE is going to be faster overall, and not wanting it to affect his run too much. And now Thomas in the clear, and on his way in pursuit of the back of the GTE class. Just checking with our race leader again, Timothy Febben. You can see now it's got well and truly dark, and it's a night race absolutely for the next hour and a half. Braden Nash still in second place, Jesse Butler in third. He's taken that spot back from Mark Gibson, and I didn't see an off track there from Gibson, and Butler there just getting the job done. Half a second gap between those two cars, so back up into third place. Good to see that from Jesse Butler, given the impact of that other car on him a few laps ago, so good for him to get that spot back. So we've got Gibbo in fourth place and Timothy Russell in fifth. It's a notification there that Brady Buchanan and Hayden Jackson have had it coming together as well. Just jump back in and have a look at that in a little bit, as we've still got a very small gap now between Purnell and Murray Westberg at the front of this pack. So we'll keep focused on this battle here. Going to jump on board on the nose again of Murray Westberg as he continues to hail down on the back of that Audi of Purnell. And Purnell lapping the pressure up, doing a good job in keeping that one at bay, but you fear that it's probably not too long before Murray Westberg has a go to try and get through and take the lead of that race. He's just having a look here, not able to quite get the job done, and the drive out of this corner, the Audi, a pretty well balanced car, albeit not necessarily the quickest in a straight line. This track here won't harm it as much as others with longer straights, so it's pretty balanced through the corners. The Merc a good package as well, so we're getting a good battle here, particularly in a class that's traditionally dominated by BMWs and any of the other GT racing that we look at. This one not so much, which is a little refreshing, I've got to be honest. But as we say in those other classes, of course, weighted numbers carry stow, so the fact that there's more of them generally means they win more often. As we see here, Purnell ran a little wide. Murray Westberg's got a great run up onto the back of that Audi, just wanting to maintain himself if he can and get out of the next corner as well as he can to get the job done down the straight. But you can see there the Audi running wide again. I don't know if the track temperature potentially helping that struggle with tyres. We'll have a change for the lead here. Murray Westberg getting a much better drive out of that final corner onto the back straight, and he will hold that line, and I'm sure he will take the main #1 position in this race. So a change for the lead there, and I think that's actually the first time Purnell has not been in the lead of this motor race. So a good job by Murray Westberg to maintain the pace and bide his time to get the job done. So Purnell won't go anywhere though, so Murray Westberg going to have to really, really work hard to keep the lead of this race too. So great driving from those two, and a good spectacle for us to watch. Rear of the Murray Westberg car here, just to see the different lines the drivers try and take through the corners. So just have a look at the gap and whether or not that gap spreads. I'm not sure, as I said, whether or not that Audi is just struggling with the track temperature more than the Mercedes. This should be a good time as it closes right up under brakes there, but this should be a good time for the cars. But of course, if they've done a lot of hot track testing in them, they may not quite have the setup at this lower track temp, around 20 degrees at the moment. I guarantee Purnell will not go anywhere. I want to jump on board with Murray Westberg and let him take us a little bit around and have a look at how the track looks in the dark. around, Nick. We'll jump on board with Lofthouse for you in a minute, mate. So we're just doing a lap here with Sebastian Mario Westberg, the leader of our GT3 category. Lofty is doing a great job. He's up 4 positions and currently sitting in 11th place, so doing a good job. So here it's a little less challenging, and I zoom in a little less challenging than some of the other tracks that we run out at night, where this track is properly set up for endurance racing, or nighttime racing especially. So yeah, Hutto, I am running solo tonight. Scotty's a little bit under the weather, but I've got a guest coming in to join me shortly, so if you do get sick and tired of my dulcet tones, mate, he'll be in shortly to lead. But the track here definitely set up for endurance racing with the lighting. You know, you go to a place like the Nürburgring where you run at night and there is no lighting. There's places on that track that are literally pitch black at night, so makes racing a little bit difficult. But believe it or not, a lot of drivers actually go quicker in the dark, and the reasoning behind it, they believe, is because you can't see the walls. So if you can't see the walls, people push cars a little bit wider. They find a little bit more encouragement or enthusiasm through some sections of some tracks. So during the night, obviously track temperature helps as well. And sometimes they get a little bit too low, so they adjust the pressures up, but definitely track temperature, not as much a factor as running in the dark, as we see. Another one of the Porsches there running wide. I'm not sure who that was. Mario Westberg here has opened up a little bit of a gap over Purnell now. We're about half a second between these two. It's not a massive gap, but a gap all the same. So he'll start to try and build on that and reduce the pressure, as he wants to probably make it definitely to the hour mark in that car to do his pit stop. So we'll jump on board now with Martin Lofthouse and have a look at how he is faring. He's 5 seconds up the road from Phil Polito, who he was battling with for a fair portion of the early part of this race. He's now trying to track down Pat Gallo, who's about 17 seconds up the road, battling it out with Todd Gibson for 10th and 11th. Said we've got a new sound package that we're running tonight. We set it up this afternoon, but didn't quite get time to tune it because the power went out, which has had a couple of our drivers, as you can see a bit earlier in the chat there, Lee Vandenberg unfortunately succumbing to the blackout, and I know Jaden Sweeney unfortunately missing out due to the same cause. So we didn't get time to properly set it up, so if the volume's a little bit how's your father or anything like that, do let us know, because I'm more than happy to try and adjust it to make sure you can hear and what you want, so that you can hear and see everything we're trying to put on for you here as we keep making updates. Just got a notification there that Pat Gallo has actually crashed, and he certainly has. He's in a cloud of smoke there, so we'll just jump onto a replay of that one. It looks like he just over-rotated the car going through turn 1, which is pretty easy to do there. It's a real high-paced corner, and if you don't get in tight on that inner wall, or maybe he's actually got in too tight on that inner wall and just managed to run that one round onto the inside on the dirt. So bad luck for him. He done the right thing though as well in terms of getting back out on the track. It was a focus of the driver's briefing. Real thing there, saying thanks very much, Darren, for the feedback. Just real focus of the driver's briefing, talking about re-entry to the track with our driving standards observer, making a lot of notes about that out of our race at Road America a fortnight ago. A couple of incidents caused by drivers unfortunately not seeing enough around them or looking at the timing box to see how far away the next car is behind them before re-entering the track, and it causing issue for that driver who's unaware that there's an accident in front of them. So guys doing a great job tonight to tidy that up. Definitely is the aim of our company to bring the best racing that we can to not only you the viewer, but to the drivers as well. So we try and please everyone where we can to get both done. Yeah, and that's it, Hutto. To be honest, normally when we go on board with the car, I don't even try and talk, just because of the fact that it's difficult to get the volume right, particularly with the down changes in gears. It's very difficult for me to adjust the volume of the mic to the right level to be able to hear me properly. So generally I take that as an opportunity, to be honest, to have a sip of water and regroup before we go again. So if everything else is good, then I'm happy as I can be for the minute. So still on board here with Timothy Febben, who's 4 seconds up the road now from Braden Nash. Nash in a little bit of a zone of his own as well, with Jesse Butler in third. He's 13 seconds back down the road, but he is being harassed still by Mark Gibson. This has been going on. I've been keeping an eye on the timing. It's been going on now for pretty much the last 10 laps that these guys have been within half a second of one another, and basically chasing one another for that third spot. So as I said, Butler upgrading his gear recently, and probably took a couple of weeks to get used to it, because he's gone to, I believe he's gone to VR, but he's certainly gone to new wheels, a new wheel and pedals. And it takes a while to get used to it. It's not as simple as just plugging it all in and getting going. So it was always going to take a couple of weeks to get up to speed, but we knew he would, because he was extraordinarily fast. I described it before as he was extraordinarily fast when he was iRacing in a pedal car, but now he's moved up to a Lamborghini or the like, and I'm expecting to see that he'll continue to improve as the season progresses. Thanks very much for the smiley face there to Kiki Toki. That's appreciated, mate. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us on Twitch as well. So this battle here is still pretty close going as they head back down into the tight right-hander at the end of that front straight. No, it's front straight. It's the second straight. Definitely normally good passing opportunities for the drivers there as well. So keep an eye out for them to do that a little bit later on. Just checking back in with Murray Westberg now. He's jumped out to a 2.5 second lead over Purnell in the Audi. So doing a good job leading the GT3 class for this race as it stands. Hayden Jackson is third in class there. Sorry, my apologies. Michael Spickle is third in class there. And he is in a little bit of no man's land by himself at the moment, which is not a bad place to be at this point in the race. The drivers will be just trying to maintain race pace and stay in a good groove to be able to head in for their round of pit stops when that comes about. He does have a fast approaching Porsche, I believe Timothy Russell behind him, so keep an eye on that as he gets through. Yeah, Lofty is up to 11th, doing a good job. He's actually moved up 4 spots now from his starting position, so doing a good job in getting that one there. Got a second and a half up the road from Pat Callow. Pretty sure Pat is actually closing down on the back of Lofthouse, so we'll keep that battle in our minds so that we can bring it to you when it unfolds. Thank you very much for the like there, Brianna. We appreciate it. And a little dancing John Travolta on screen to show our appreciation for that one. Unfortunately, we do have a couple of outs tonight. Vandenberg out, unfortunately, because of the power outage in Melbourne, and we've got Simon Poulsen, who's also out of this race. And yeah, the Polito brothers doing well. Phil, I'm not sure if he's got his new equipment or not yet, but he's certainly still... one of the things we love about the Polito cars is how bright they are, and particularly their use of metallic colours. So on a night race like this, we're definitely going to be able to still see the Polito guys as they get themselves around. There's a little bit of backlighting on some of these cars, and you can see them there on screen as he's in the pink. So Phil and Ron do a fantastic job in this series, both new to iRacing, but doing a really good job in being nice and consistent, being aware of their surroundings. And I'm joined in at the Combox now by actually our driving observers. Driving standards observer from last week, as well as a participant in the series, Brett Douglas, who's still having, unfortunately, a few technical issues with some of his racing equipment, so he's not running tonight. Hopefully we'll get him back in the next week or two. But what that means is that he can help us out with a little bit of commentary tonight for the remainder of the series. Welcome, Bretto.
The race, so got a bit to have a look at.
Yeah, you do, and I haven't got you on the live timing either, so hopefully you've got some sort of device that enables you to see what's going on. Otherwise you'll have to rely on the ticker across the top of the screen and the track map like everyone else does. I can certainly, actually I think I can help you out there. Just bear with me while you adjust yourself to what's going on here. I can give you a quick rundown on where we're at as far as the race goes. We had Nash and Butler on pole and second, or on the front row of the grid. But Butler missed the start a little bit there, and Timothy Febben then ended up taking out the lead of this race. Probably a good 15 or so laps ago. Good battles in the mid-pack between Gibson and Butler as well, and TK doing his job there too. Martin Lofthouse moving up the grid as well. And as far as the GT3s go, Sebastian Murray Westberg passed Purnell for the lead of that race. About 4 laps ago now, he's got about a 4-second gap there. The Audi not unfortunately looking like it's performing as well in the cooler temperatures for Purnell. And unfortunately that's happening a little while ago. So drivers just settling into their rhythm, I think, 42 minutes in, and expecting our first round of pit stops in around about 17 minutes or so.
Okay, sounds like a hell of a lot's going on. Interested to hear about the GT3 battle. I spoke to Chris earlier today, and he was saying that the Audi was okay there, but he expected the Mercedes to so it seems like he's hanging on so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So lap times there between the two, very, very similar. Purnell still has the fastest lap of the race in the GT3 category, but only by 2/10. So very similar on lap pace, and able to run a little bit at the start, but it just looks like it's struggled a little bit as the temperature cooled, which is interesting, because generally that's when the cars can come alive.
It is, but I mean, I'm sure you've already covered it, but Sebring's an interesting track in that it holds the heat. It's a cement track, not a tar track, and it's very bumpy, so you don't get the benefit straight away from the track. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens as the fuel load really comes off. If they're that close to the first pit stop, we'll start to see how some of these cars will start to deteriorate a bit with both tyres and also the handling characteristics of the car as well.
Yeah, and I haven't. The only bit that I have covered, and you certainly have a lot more information than I do about that. I haven't covered a lot about the actual track itself, other than that it's an old airstrip, to tell our viewers much about it.
Yes, well, it's definitely an old airstrip. It's had a lot of patches and patchwork over the years. Very, very, very bumpy track. Tower Corner, Sunset Corner, which is a turn 1 as well, actually. Very, very bumpy on entry as well as it really gives you a hard time. And as the fuel load does come off, you do notice the characteristics of the car change substantially. If you don't have a well-handled car, she can be very, very loose.
Yeah, and you will expect to see that, obviously. We did jump on board and have a little bit of a ride round on the front of one of the cars, and you can definitely see how bumpy the track is based on obviously just looking at it and seeing how the cars move around, particularly in that early section of the track. So they definitely struggle, or definitely need to get the car set up to handle that throughout the course of the race. I imagine most drivers won't take tyres here because of the track temperature. The tyre wear probably won't be there to warrant the change over the 2-hour period. So we'll have to watch that first round of pit stops in about 14 minutes. I have just shared with you a link that should allow you to jump into our live timing screen, so hopefully that'll help you out a bit if that works. If it doesn't, it's the first time I've tried to use it, so I apologise.
Okay, you've got that. I'll have a quick look now. I'm actually trying to log into the server. It looks like it's only coming and watching because the server is closed.
Okay, well, of course you can watch it live on our broadcast as well if that helps you. Nick, thanks for your question. Is there a prize for the winners of this series? Yes, there absolutely is. We actually run a couple of different prizes this series. We've got our outright first, second and third in both the GTE and GT3 categories. $300, $150 and $50 respectively for each of those. And then we actually also have a team championship that we're running for the first time this season. And basically that is as it sounds. So like your Ferrari or your McLaren or any of those teams in your Formula One or the series that you might be familiar with, all of our drivers have declared with another driver for this series. So last year, or I keep saying last year, last season, we did run some co-driver endurance events, and they meant that you did have to declare who you were running with for some longer co-driver 4-hour running races. This season what we've done is to remove those, just have all 2-hour races for this series, but have a proper team championship. So as an example, you do have Sebastian Murray Westberg, who's leading the GT3 category. He's teamed up with Michael Spithill, who's currently running in 3rd place in that category. So their points get combined at the end of the season, and we announce a team champion as well. And the team champion is actually an overall championship, so it doesn't matter whether you're running as a team in the GTEs or a team in the GT3s, the highest number of points there wins. So kind of like a manufacturer's championship, I guess, or as I said, that Formula One style or Bad Supercar style championship.
And I'll just add there, as a normally regular competitor and having competed in the first season, a lot of us are much happier not having those endurance races at the end there, Stuart, because it put a lot of pressure on a lot of people for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, and we found that, I was actually saying just before you came on, that part of it, the aim of our organisation is to provide good spectacle racing, obviously, for our audience, but also to provide great competitive racing environments and product for the drivers that they want to run in. So, you know, we certainly get plenty of feedback. Some of it's welcomed, some of it's not, but we certainly take all of it on board, and we're going to keep trying to develop our series as we go along. You know, we spoke about on our IndyCar broadcast last Friday night our ambition for that series to be a global world championship. We're certainly well on the way to getting that plan to come to fruition now, with deals ready to go for a series to run in the States and out of Malaysia as well for an Asian championship. And we're just in the final bits and pieces of putting together our UK and Ireland championship. So that's absolutely what we want to do for that, and there's the potential then for us to do something similar with this. So Hutto, we haven't actually got that sorted out yet, and I apologise for that. The current and individual standings, we only share them internally with the drivers, and that's not deliberate. We've grown and we're a little bit understaffed with the COVID closure in Victoria, and that's meant that we haven't had the people on bums on seats, the people on the ground, to actually get the normal level of content we would produce around these series out to our audience. In addition, that includes the graphics that go with the points tables, because we're running basically every night during the week. We've got 5 or 6 series that we're broadcasting with other series in the mix, so we just haven't got that information out. So I apologise again in advance for that. What I can tell you, however, is where our drivers sit. The team championship wise, we haven't actually got a points tally for you because...
Sorry, we just had our leader, Timothy Febon, just come in and he's just pitted, just leaving now.
Just done the pit lane transition, so that's 57 seconds for him there to do the pit lane transition. He's come back out in 7th. So we will have that up, Hutto. I'll give you an update. I'll pull that up, and at some stage during the evening I'll give you an update on where all of that is at.
Didn't take tyres from what I can tell.
As we suspected. What do you think? Do you think the GT3s will still need to take tyres, or the GTEs generally manage their tyres a little bit better as we come into some traffic here while we're on board with Timothy Febon?
No, the tyres are fairly much the same. They'll use their tyres fairly similarly. The GTEs are only marginally faster, so they're a little bit quicker through the corner, but yeah, I don't really think there'll be much of a difference in tyre wear between the two. It's going to be more down to how they drive it, whether they drive it on the front tyre or not. Front left tyre takes a bit of a beating here, as you can imagine. It's all going to depend on their setup. If they've got a very loose kind of setup, well, yeah, they could very well be in a little bit of trouble. So front left, that's what you need.
I'm interested as well to note that Febon taking his pit stop very early. We're an hour and 9 away from the end of the race. That means he's not going to make it. I can't see him saving 9 minutes of fuel. Our pit window is generally around that hour mark. If you make an hour, obviously, given that that's more than half race distance, you're going to make it to the end. 9 minutes out, 9 minutes of fuel is a lot of fuel to save. Basically, you've got to save 4.5 laps worth of fuel. No safety cars in this series, so that's a fair feat for him to try and achieve.
I can't see him doing it either. He wouldn't have been. I can't see him. I mean, he's now what 41.5 seconds behind Braden Nash, who's picked up the lead. Yeah, very interesting. Either that, or we're going to see a few others start to come in, and it will have to be a splash and dash at the end. That's going to be an interesting fight.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I just noticed as well there, you haven't got this information unfortunately. So, but Spithill has had an off track, and he's actually had dropped a place down into behind Hayden Jackson, who's actually a lap car. But ask about Martin Lofthouse as well and why he's dropped down to 14th. We don't actually have any information to suggest that he went off track, but he hasn't. But he has, I just noticed, served his pit transition as well, Nick. So he's only down there because of taking that pit stop, so he's serviced as well. He will need to stop again before the end of the race.
Well, it's certainly going to be interesting. Over the next few minutes, we may see a few more come in, and that'll make it very, very interesting towards the end, unless there's a few people with some very solid plans on fuel. So, saving 3 or 4 laps of fuel here.
Unlikely. Yeah, unlikely. Thanks very much for the offer there, Jamie. If you want to drop us a PM, that'd be fantastic, mate. And as always, we'll have a look. Thanks for joining us tonight, Evie, as well. The Polito boys doing their usual nice, consistent job. Jump on board here with Ron, who's getting a little bit of curry from Matthew Bowler and Henry TK behind him there. It's sort of in that section of the track now, or that part of the race where they're starting to get into the lap traffic and lapping the GTEs, the GT3 cars. So very interesting for them to try and get that done cleanly around this track, with the darkness adding to that as well. Ron Murphy.
Playing up though, sorry.
Go for it.
It's actually one of the easiest tracks to drive at night with all of the cat's eyes around the track. It's very well lit without being lit. I know that sounds strange, but when you're driving it with all of the cat's eyes around it, it's very, very clear. It's not hard to follow at all. A lot of us actually prefer to drive it at night. There's no guesswork involved. Yeah,
we covered that just before you jumped on, and you've got a lot of experience at the Nürburgring. So it's saying that place is pitch black, and when you're racing there at night, you are literally racing there at night. The cat's eyes here give an advantage to nighttime racing, which is why a lot of the drivers prefer it.
Well, strangely enough, when you're racing at night here with the cat's eyes, it actually gives you a very early visual on where your apexes and things like that need to be. It's actually an advantage to drive here at night as opposed to during the day, because everything's basically sort of fired up.
Well, and if they can land a plane in the darkness, then, you know, you'd think that we could race a car in the darkness. So, yeah, I mean, I did... It might not be that simple, of course.
I think sometimes for some out there, it's like they're trying to land a plane without the training, but we shan't.
No. We had a pretty strong conversation with guys from the NZSR series before we jumped into this broadcast. We sort of had the practice going on in the background, and we're talking about learning to drive in iRacing and the iRacing school and things like that. It was in the context of a conversation about improving the quality of the iRacing official races, particularly in those sort of 1,000 to 1,500 strength of field where everyone's trying their hardest to be at and centre, but potentially going at it with the skill of a 5-year-old on a billy cart. So
rabbit hole, I'm not sure I want to go down right now.
No, absolutely not. But it was a good, productive conversation, to be brutally honest. So there's plenty to be done. But iRacing's still by far and away the best platform to do car racing on online in a simulator, in my opinion. It certainly outclasses Gran Turismo, which in my mind can't get away from that arcade feel.
I totally agree. most of us do agree. You know, people talk about ACC and other platforms as well, and to be perfectly frank, I just haven't found anything that comes close to iRacing for its overall package. It just tops the lot by bigger balls.
Yeah, and I tried ACC the other night, and Jamie, thanks for your input there as well. I tried ACC the other night, and it's okay, but the cars feel that the driving inputs in it feel a little bit still Formula One or Gran Turismo, a little bit arcade. The feel that you get and the feedback you get in iRacing is as close to racing a real race car as I've come across. So from a driver's perspective, I don't think there's anything that comes even close to it. There'll be some that say that there is, and their perspective on it will be different, of course. You know, they like Grid or those type of racing games, which are fun. But as far as trying to replicate as they are a racing simulator, I don't think it's any better than this.
Interestingly, we now have, looks like Jesse Butler coming into the pits. Mark Gibson's just gone through to pass him. He was just closing up on him. This is in GTE. So he hasn't made the hour either, Jesse.
No.
We've had others, Pat Gallo and a few others have been in. So I think this could get very interesting towards the end, Stuart. I think it could be very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And Timothy Russell's followed Jesse Butler into pit lane as well. So a number of our faster front-running cars are jumping into pit lane. And Brett, normally you're out running in it, but we focus on the fact that the last 30 minutes of this race is always where things get a little bit crazy. Drivers get a little bit tired. They have a little bit of a lapse of concentration, and things tend to go a little bit haywire at the end there.
And speaking of that, we've just had our GT3 leader, Sebastian Murray-Westberg, come in. Chris Purnell's gone through, so he's going a lap further at the moment. Looks like Murray's going to have to save a little. Sorry, Sebastian's going to have to save a little bit of fuel as well. Looks like Chris may make it at least to the hour, but yeah, interesting.
And we just noticed there the overlay's frozen a little bit, guys, so that will catch itself back up, obviously with the power outages and issues we're having in Victoria at the moment. Probably affected a little bit by that, so apologies there with the overlay freezing, but it will take itself back up. We can still move our way around the pack, and we'll get that to reload itself shortly. So we've got...
Just going back through to see what we've still got. It's going to get a little bit jumbled here, as I'm sure everybody's aware, whilst everybody takes a pit stop. So I've just come back to see that Ron Polito is just all over the back of Matthew Bowler, so he's caught up some ground there. I noticed they had some lap traffic earlier, so that would probably have helped Ron. But he's doing very well tonight, as you mentioned before, up in the 7th at the moment. Traffic coming up to the moment, which is impacting Mr. Bowler, unfortunately, but that's the way it goes. Going to have to wait till all the pit stop cycles are finished, I think, before we see where it shakes out and where the battles start up again.
Yeah, as you say, Mark Gibson just coming in as well now. So we've basically had all of our lead vehicles through pit lane now, as you can see there as well. Phil Polito just coming out of pit lane as well. As we say that, Ron Polito jumping into pit lane. So definitely going to be a busy final hour. Obviously the track clock there stalled at 1 hour and 3. I can tell you now that we're just about to tick over the hour mark in this race. So Ron making it to that all-important hour mark. He'll be running on fumes by the end of it, but that's okay. Fumes still get you around the track. So he's managed to outlast a number of the cars that are in front of him, and that may well have him as the dark horse to take out the race win.
Oh, sure. I may be wrong, but from what I can see, Braden Nash, Matthew Bowler and TK have not pitted yet either.
Certainly TK hasn't. I hadn't been keeping an eye on Nash. As I said, the overlay's frozen a little bit, but it is indicating that Bowler, TK and Nash are all on the right strategy as well to get through this race with just the one stop, which is definitely the aim.
Definitely hasn't, Stuart.
And we've got Purnell in the pits as well now, with Michael Spithill and Logan Barnett jumping into pit lane as well. So as we've got Purnell exiting the pits, just see where he comes out in comparison to Murray Westberg. Murray Westberg going past there, so what are the relative times there? They're both taken...
Braden's in down.
Both had relatively the same pit stop times, about a second and a half more for Purnell in pit lane, stationary pit lane time. So I'm not sure why he's taken a little bit longer there. Didn't see whether or not he took tyres, but that puts Murray Westberg back into the lead of this race. Thanks very much for the follow there, Jenkins.
Got a bit of an influx at the moment. We've got Luke Trahair, Logan Barnett, Braden O'Loughlin, Braden Nash in the pits.
Yeah, it's full on there. As
so
the
Tip take the lead again, yep.
yeah, he did. So as the timing monitors come back up there, so you can see 58 minutes into this race, everything's picked itself back up off the floor again. It's had its little nap, and we're back into it.
Matthew Bowler and TK have just come into the pits as well. That was they were at that point in third and fourth, so this is where it's going to start to shake out.
So you're going to think then that Bowler or TK are probably, along with Nash, are probably our podium at the moment.
Absolutely. I'm really not sure how Phoeben can really make it to the end. I mean, he was 8 minutes short of the hour. The fuel usage isn't that different in these cars. The balance of performance is pretty equal in these things. Yeah, I just can't see how he's going to play it. I mean, he's got 18 seconds up on Braden Nash right now, but gee whiz, I tell you what, I can't see him stretching that out to, you know, a 55-second lead where he could make a splash and dash towards the end and still win it. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, and the pit lane transition time itself is about 40 seconds, with stationary time there about 35. So, yeah, you know, you're looking at a 50-second transition by the end of it.
Yeah, 50 to 55, depending on fuel. But look, yeah, I can't see him doing it. I'm not going to say he won't, but I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah, and yeah, unfortunately, Jamie Jesse did jump in early, so he pitted on lap 29. So he's a couple of laps behind these guys, just shy of the time that he needed there. Just jumping on board with Lofthouse again there for you, Nick. He's about a second behind Todd Gibson in front of him. Both of these drivers have made their transition through pit lane and ready to go. So yeah, Jamie, he's going to have to take a splash and dash at the end. The Porsche has the ability to change fuel maps, but it's just not going to be enough. I don't think he's going to need to have saved probably a full lap of fuel, maybe a lap and a half to get to the end of this one. And do remember that, albeit we're on a 2-hour time certain race, if the race leader passes the start-finish line at an hour 59.59, then we go around for an extra lap. So there's every chance he will be short on fuel, and in conserving fuel will probably waste more time than the pit lane transition for a splash and dash.
Right now we have a hell of a battle on for third and fourth between Mark Gibson and Jesse Butler too, and they're about to come up on 3 or 4 lap cars, which could make it very, very interesting for one of them.
Yeah, so we'll jump on board with that. I will keep an eye, Nick, on the Lofthouse-Gibson battle. It's about half a second between those two at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that one just to make sure that we can bring it up on the screen for you if anything happens there, and keep you informed as we stick on board with Gibson and Butler. These two have been going at it basically the whole race. Aside of a small incident which didn't help Butler, he unfortunately got a little bit of damage from a lap car. He and Gibson have been less than half a second apart for the whole race. It's been fantastic.
Well, they're certainly continuing it on after the pit stops, and luckily so far the lap traffic's been very, very well behaved, so it hasn't really impacted anybody. But yeah, it looks like Jesse's on a bit of a tear at the moment. He sounds like he's got something to make up.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, he's lost that spot in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Because of how close the gap was. The Gibson pit lane total time was a 5.75, and Butler did a 6.42, so nearly a second lost in pit lane there. So he will have a bit between his teeth, and we wanted to try and get back in front and make up that position on Gibson.
Well, having raced against Jesse quite a lot, who just got a brilliant run onto the back stretch, really closed up on the back of Gibson right now. He's very good at fuel saving, Jesse, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he plays this one out. He could actually save quite a bit of fuel by just tucking in behind Gibson for a while and just letting him tow him around. Just stay in touch with him and and just save that fuel, and he could get himself a podium just that way.
It's a difficult place to pass, I reckon, down into that final corner. And again, you've got more experience here than I do, but there's a really awkwardly positioned bump in the track in that braking zone. And if you get it wrong and you hit that bump under brakes, it's very easy to run too deep into the corner and end up paying the brick wall a visit at the end. So he'll be biding his time, I imagine.
Well, it's the funny thing is, if you can keep someone under pressure for long enough, that final corner is actually a very good place to force him into an area, because you can force him to brake deeper and deeper and deeper. And there comes a point where you'll actually either go too wide on entry there and lose a lot of time, or you'll try to cut it back in too quickly and you'll lose it. And there's a tyre wall just out on the left just before the exit of the turn. So it's actually not a bad place to pass people. And if you've got the right setup on the car, you can actually hold it in very tight and actually start to go in under someone. If you get a good run out, you can still almost get them down to turn one.
It's a wall that I'm very familiar with, which is why I made a comment on it from my practice laps around here. Just getting used to it. So we've just jumped on board again on the nose of Lofthouse, as he is now right on the back of Todd Gibson in front of him. Just pulling out in the braking zone there. Probably not being quite wide enough as he wanted to be to get the good run in. It's a slower car re-enters the track there. I think that may have been Jason Vincent Muscat actually off on the outside of turn, or inside of turn 1 as they progress towards turn 2. So the gap between Gibson and Butler still at just on half a second. So we'll keep an eye, try and keep bringing you both of these battles as we can with the power outage.
Okay. I'll watch that one on live screen while you watch the other one on that screen, Stuart, and we'll try to keep them both going, because Jesse's going to make a move. He's getting very, very, very impatient here.
Well, we can keep flicking between the two. I haven't got the dual screen set up tonight. Again, a victim of the power outage, so we can't have one battle in the other. I'm just going to jump back to this battle here with Gibson and Butler, as it's down to well and truly under 0.2 of a second between Gibson and Butler.
Close as it gets, and Butler is really starting to move around behind him, and Gibson is clearly doing everything he can to hang on. He's getting a little bit more ragged as the laps go on, and I think Butler is starting to sniff a little bit of blood in the water.
Yeah, it looks like it, and the draft there assisting as well. The gap between Gibson and Lofthouse now out to a second. That'll be track relative position. Wow, as Gibson runs real deep there, slide, you can hear it.
Lock up the rears, and that'll give Butler a really good run out of here, although it looks like Gibson's managed to block it nicely. But, Gibson's definitely struggling.
I think there, Butler just probably planning his run a little bit through this section of the track. He only really needs to be close as they get towards that back sweeping section of the track. So out of here, we want to be trying to get a good run to carry a lot of speed and close right back up on the back of Gibson as we come through the fastest part of the track. And the turn in here is going to be really important. He's got to get the car right onto the inside. Does a great job getting the turn in there and out again. You want to pull off and straighten out this corner as much as he can. Look at how he's closed up on the back there. Is he going to get a good run? No, not quite close enough. He's not going to get it done.
It's really difficult. It's very hard to really close up on somebody there, because there's a lot of aero wash, and you just don't get the drive out of that last bit of the flip flop. And yeah, I just don't think he's going to be able to do it there. I think his chance to be down at the hairpin, or somewhere down around town, somewhere around.
And I mean, obviously, let's recognise the fact that they're both in the same car here, so strengths and weaknesses are the same, albeit we think Gibson's struggling a little bit for rear tyre, which is all setup based. Which is the great thing, albeit we've got a high volume of Porsches in this category. It's how you work that setup to get the best out of the car that really makes the difference. So, but Gibson's doing a good job here defending. He's not had to cut across or cut Butler off, and that's a credit to him as a competitive driver. Both these guys very quick, very good drivers, and good to have in the series. As Butler closes right up here. You've called it. He's got it down into the hairpin, and he's got the job done there. So good pass there from Butler to get out in front of Gibson, and you could probably see him potentially driving away with this a little bit. That drive out of Gibson's car is going to struggle, and he needs to save tyres, because he is going to have to pit and try and do something out of that.
Yeah,
may not struggle as much as you think though, because now he can sit in Butler's draft and he can keep in contact with him. It just depends on how much he used those tyres up defending. But having said that, Butler is now in that position, and Butler's now going to try to overdrive the car and stay away. So it'll be interesting to watch.
Jump back while we've got the opportunity now to take a breath, and we'll have a quick look at the GT3 category. We've got Murray Westberg still 5 seconds up the street now, building a gap over Purnell. They pitted on lap 28, 29, so they're going to make it to the end on this fuel, or they should make it to the end on the fuel they've got. So Purnell going to have to try and address that gap. He's comfortably in second place, 31 seconds up the road, sorry, 26 seconds up the road from Michael Spithill, and Logan Barnett a little bit further down the track there in fourth position. We've got Luke Trahair in fifth, Joseph Daly, welcome to the series to him, in sixth, with Reece Grant 7th, Braden O'Loughlin 8th, Captain Consistency Dave Johnson in 9th, and Brenton Nitschke taking out the 10 there in the GT3 category. So as we say that, we're on board at the moment with Logan Barnett. He has run off track on that final corner, so losing a little bit more time there, and Joe Daly's going to try and jump up on the back of him. Also taking the pressure off Luke Trahair now in fourth place in the GT3 category. So that one's certainly not over by any stretch of the imagination. We'll keep an eye on that battle as it develops. Jump back here with as we've jumped on board with a very out of position looking Mercedes-Benz as we're trying to have a look at Gibson and Lofthouse as this battle closes up now to under half a second between these two drivers. Both the lap traffic getting out of the way there and giving them the gap, which is good, but you can see now it is very close. We'll have a look out the back of Gibson's car just to see how close it gets, but I think, Brett, you might be on the money, mate. I think this might be another one of these situations where we look down into the hairpin for Lofthouse to get the job done on Gibson. It just seems to be the place where the Porsche can use itself. Or having said that, it's almost going to happen here. He's going to hold on, Izzy Gibson, and try and keep it down, and he's done a good job there, but he's going to run wide and lose another position.
Yeah, well, that was good driving from both of them, because that could have got really, really ugly. Gibson could have, cut back up on him then and not giving him so much room, and it would have been a bitter end for both of them. So, no, well done. And
a flash of the headlights there, I didn't actually realise that in the dark. That's Braden Nash coming through behind them both. So all three drivers doing a good job to make sure that the racing wasn't interrupted as a lap car, as these cars get lapped, but also that there was racing room given. So well done to all of them. And yeah, Nicky he's got the job done, mate. So he moves up into 9th position.
And looks like Butler and Gibson are still going at it. And as I said before, Gibson's hung on to him. He's kept that draft, and he's really reversed the pressure now. So
yeah, and I hadn't thought about that aspect of the fact that he's going to be able to conserve a little bit here as well. So let the tyres cool off a bit. He won't have to pump that car quite as hard to maintain the lead. He can use the draft to keep himself up behind Butler and bide his time a little bit.
Absolutely. I'm just going through here to see who's battling and who's doing what at the moment. We've got 45 minutes to go. Bit of question mark over a few people's fuel, especially our GTE leader, Timothy Phoeben. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But it looks as though most of them, apart from the Butler-Gibson battle, have kind of stretched out a little bit. And there's not a lot. Actually, there's a battle going on here between, is that Pat Gallo and Todd Gibson?
Yeah, so that's what we're on now, and just keeping an eye on it. I'm not sure if Gibson might have spent his tyres a little bit, and that has cost him as he's dropped 2 positions.
I'd say it has. He had a bit of trouble. Like, he had a little bit of a lock-up and things like that as Lofthouse went through before. So he may have actually damaged one of those tyres.
Yeah, he may well have. Gallo now still in the hunt for the back of Lofthouse. 2.5 between those 2 cars as we approach the end of lap 39 for our lead cars. So equally just cycling a little bit further down. We've got about 4 seconds between Trahere and Barnett. Daly as well, looking to jump into that battle. Reece Grant too, trying to jump onto the back of that battle. So there's a little bit of stuff developing in the GT3 category, but it certainly still is Sebastian Murray-Westberg out in front there by 3.2 seconds. It does indicate that he's second in class, but he's actually not his first in class. So believe us, not necessarily the information on the timing screen there.
I've actually got JRT hooked up and it's given me some pretty good timing here, Stuart. So I just noticed Todd Gibson's just had an off.
Yes, he has. Yeah, he's just run wide, so that's not helped him either. So struggling very much for tyres there. Logan Barnett also going off track as well. So whether that's to make way or Logan did struggle a little bit earlier on, so we'll jump on board with him and have a quick look. I think that might have actually been him making way for a faster car to come through, and it's just registered an off track. So
yeah, that's he was chasing down Luke Trahere, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. So that gap's opened back up again for Luke to 4.5 seconds. Luke doing a great job tonight. Actually, an oval track racer who's jumped into circuit racing, so he's currently running 4th. In the Audi as well, doing a good job.
So he's adapted well, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
He's new to road racing, and considering, very impressive.
And he's running new pedals too. So we did find out he's just jumped up to a set of V3 pedals that he put in last weekend. So only a week to get used to them before going circuit racing. Obviously not quite as important on the oval track stuff, but certainly can make all the difference on the circuit racing side of things.
So I just noticed then too that another battle's developing here between Martin Lofthouse and Pat Gallo, Stuart. Gallo's closed up dramatically on the back of Lofthouse.
Yeah, so Gallo has been charging for most of the race, getting held up a little bit as he's tried to make his way through. He was the benefactor to the Gibson tyre wear factor, and definitely is doing that. His last lap, a 59 flat versus Lofthouse with a 59.4, so closing the gap there, and it won't be too long before it's on between them. Then he's got a fair bit of work to do to catch up to Henry TK in front of him, 25 seconds up the road. So I was just checking in as well on the Febin factor, which is how far in front of Braden Nash is he, and it's under 20 seconds. So what that means is when he pits, which he will have to do, Nash will not. He will definitely slide down the order, and at this stage it's looking like he's probably going to drop down to 5th or 6th place, depending upon how those drivers go in terms of their time between now and the gap they create. Of course, other drivers needing to pit in that same window, you're looking at Timothy Russell, who's questionable on fuel. Certainly Martin Lofthouse is going to have to pit again. He pit on lap 21, so the driver we're on board with at the moment. So plenty to play out here as well. One other man we haven't spoken about is Jeff Thomas. He was dead last after an early race incident. He's actually moved his way up into 12th position at the moment, so he's doing a good job as part of that team. He's teammates with Lofthouse.
Bad effort, is it? That's very good. Jeff's normally fairly well up there in the top 10, so that's a great effort.
Yeah, had a single car spin going down into the faster section of the track just before he approached the back straight, and then had to wait basically for the entire field to go past before being able to turn that car around and get it back out on track. So he's having a crack at it, which is good.
Isn't it? It's never a spot that anyone wants to be in, that's for sure.
So I need to jump on board with this. 2 seconds, the gap now between Butler and Gibson in their battle for 3rd and 4th. And just still keeping an eye on Lofthouse and Pat Gallo. That gap there with the lap traffic just dropping out now to just over 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, Butler's managed to eke out the gap there with that 2 seconds, hasn't he? He's lapping a little bit quicker as well, 0.3 faster on the last lap. I'm actually looking at Phoeben and Nash's lap times. They're just absolutely screaming along. I mean, you know, Phoeben's last lap was what, a 57.3,
Yep.
57.9.
Wow.
Else is in the 58s and slower. You know what I mean? It's
And he's just done a 56.8.
yeah.
Which is a phenomenal pace. Almost the fastest lap of the race.
At the moment, I think that's what's that at 56.4.
Yeah, 56.47 at the moment. So he is the fastest man of the race, but also the fastest man in the race at the moment.
Braden's last lap was 58.1 compared to a 56.8 for Phoeben. So yeah, that's interesting.
No traffic either.
It's interesting. I wonder if Braden's starting to lose some tyre because he's had to push so hard to try and catch Phoeben. What if he's aware she got that little bit of fuel advantage on him?
I was about to say, yeah, and as Nick in our audience has just pointed out as well, he's going to have to put in those laps if he's going to gap enough to not drop right down the timing order. At this stage, he'll pop out in 5th place if he gets the pit stop done with the other driver needing to take a... in fact, none of our other drivers back to 9th place, Martin Lofthouse needing to pit again if our estimate is correct. It's going to be a little bit borderline for Butler and Tim Russell. I think Gibson's going to be fine. He pit on lap 30. I think that's the crucial lap for the race in terms of timing, because we did see him run through pit lane just on or just over the hour mark into this race. So take into consideration pit time there, unless they may get caught out if we do have that situation where the race leader crosses the start finish line at like an hour 59.50. They may get caught out or may have to fuel save for that last lap. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Gap at the moment is 22, just on 23 seconds back to Braden Nash. So in our minds, Nash definitely the leader of this race at this moment in time.
I can't really see it any other way, to be honest. I mean, to save 4 laps of fuel in one stint, yeah, and maintain that kind of pace. Wow, unless there's something that he knows about these things that nobody else, then I just can't see it happening. I just can't. And I would say that Braden's got a fairly good handle on the fuel usage. He's been using this car to very, very good effect for a long time now. And I've been the victim of his fuel saving and speed at the same time. So, yeah, I can't see Nash actually losing this at this point in time unless he actually bins it.
And Lofthouse there, just actually as we're talking about it, jumping into pit lane to do his final stop. So he will be fueled to the end, but that's dropped him back down to 13th at the moment, and he probably will lose 13th as well to Vincent Muscat. No, he's on his way out pit lane, so he will maintain 13th place and have to do his run back up the leaderboard again.
Yeah, I think maybe he's got to hope that a couple of the guys in front of him need to stop again too.
The lap pace of the difference in overall lap times and race time for our GT3 guys. I was just having a look there as well, just to refresh myself. And Murray Westberg, 28th lap, he pitted Purnell on 29th. So I'm not sure that was before the hour mark. I actually can't remember.
Well, if that's the case, there's a lot of guys that are going to come very, very close to not making it to the end, Stuart.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to work out as well. So just to see if that is the case or not for them.
Yeah, if that is the case, then there's a few guys that have got a lap or two that they could be short.
Yeah, absolutely. That's I think that's going to play out.
Several cases by the looks of things. Looking at how many laps some of them have done on the current run, there's still around 19 laps to go, I believe, just by my rough rudimentary calculation. And when you consider most of them have done 12, 13 laps already on the run, doesn't add up, does it?
No, we just had an indication there as well, unfortunately, that Reece Grant has had an accident on the track. And Hutto, the colours are they're driven by the driver profile at this stage. There is actually a ring around the car. It's a little bit faint to see, but The red ring means the cars that are the GTEs, and then the blue ring around the cars on the track map shows the GT3 cars. And other than that, you've got the driver initials in the circle. So the colour of the car itself doesn't actually mean all that much. If you see them flash or get a thick circle around it, it means that they've had an off-track or an incident. As we just see there, TK also having an incident as well, down into that final corner.
An incident? Was he just letting Phoeben past?
I think he may have been letting Phoeben past.
Might have caught him out there in the corner of my eyes. Phoeben went past, I think. Alright, so about another 10 laps before we're going to find out. 10 to 15 laps, because 10 or 11 laps. So if we work on around 29, 30 laps, Phoeben's definitely got to come in. That's a no-brainer. Can't see being any other way.
Yep.
But I tell you what, there's a few there that might make it home ahead of him, Nash included. But it's just going to be so close. We're only talking probably a lap's difference here.
Well, why don't we jump on board with Jesse Butler and just have a listen and see if he is fuel saving or not. We'll just jump on board with him for a lap. I'm just going to go and grab a quick glass of water while we do it. So I'll stick on board with him and we'll see what he's up to. Because that'll probably, he's probably our marker. 29 laps I think is just shy. And if he's aware of it, he will either have switched the dial across to 2 or beyond, or he'll be fuel saving.
So far, can't really say. So there's too much indications. Off in front of Jesse to turn one there. Looks like he's recovered okay there. But yeah, quite a little bit in front. Basically, from what I can tell, I don't think it's fuel safe. It's very, very hot. But as Stuart alluded to a bit earlier, you can change the fuel maps on these cars, so he may have the optimal fuel map set that he can push as hard as he can to that fuel setting and not need to worry about it. So a lot of that's taken out of the driver's hands if you can test enough to work that out.
But you figure that if that was the case, that there'd be some drop-off in his lap times, and we're not really seeing that. Phoeben has dropped off in inverted commas because a drop-off for Phoeben is he's only half a second shy of his fastest lap. As he is coming into pit lane now, Phoeben is in. So that answers that question. So how big is the gap going to be is the next question that we need to look at. There's 25 seconds to Braden Nash behind him. Jesse
Braden
Butler.
up the sunset now, so he's definitely going to go past him. There's no doubt about that. And really, the only question now will be whether Braden's got the fuel to go to the end. And my suggestion is absolutely.
Yeah, I think he probably will get there. Where are we now? We've got 29 minutes to go. Again, sorry, the overlay has frozen again there. It's just starting to pick back up now. But
through now, he's
29 minutes to go means we're looking at roughly 12 laps to the end of this race. So you would expect that he's going to make it to the end. And Nick, yeah, you're right, mate. He's definitely now going to have to put party mode on because he doesn't need to worry about fuel and get on with trying to get to the end. Did notice as well there, Carly, thanks very much for the stars. We appreciate you tuning in and supporting the stream. As you know, all of it goes back into building this project and getting things underway, so we really appreciate your support.
I'll tell you what, it'll be worth the price and admission to watch Phoeben chasing down Nash.
Well, 16.5 seconds is the equation, and he was lapping at about a second a lap quicker, so it's not impossible. Not impossible by any stretch of the imagination.
Likely, but not impossible, correct.
So there's lap traffic to come into it. Obviously, as we know, we're just about to tick over into 28 minutes to go in this one. I know the track timing board indicates a little bit there. It's just slightly behind it. We'll catch up. We're in party time. We're in where things start to happen. Drivers lose concentration momentarily and have an off. They, start to struggle with what's going on in the race. It's a little bit harder on the eyes as well because it's night time. I know that sounds silly, but in the darkness, obviously, you're looking a little bit harder at everything around you and what's going on. So they'll fatigue a little bit more than they might do in a 2-hour race during the daylight hours. So there's still plenty to come.
Tell you, while we can keep a bit of a loose eye on the GTE field, which is fairly well spread out, that the battle for first and second in GT3 is hotting up. Chris Purnell is right on the back of Sebastian Murray and Westberg, and he seems to have the bit between the teeth right now. Looking at the lap times, Chris is about 2 to 3 tenths faster a lap in the last few laps, so...
And we know well from that Audi that it comes alive towards the latter part of its stints, particularly on a tyre set. Purnell not taking tyres during that pit stop, so that car will come alive now for probably the last 30 minutes of the race, and he would have been well aware of that, so potentially not too concerned by the change in the lead for race earlier on, knowing that as long as he was within touching distance, he was going to potentially get back to the front of the field.
Oh, absolutely. And the Audi's better on, it's much better on a longer run than the Mercedes. The Mercedes is heavy and it uses its tyres over a longer period of time. Whereas the Audi, if you can set it up right, it's actually very, very nice and even, and it really comes into its own as the track rubbers up and the race unfolds. Looking at the moment, it's looking like Purnell's having a little bit of exit traction issue, whereas Murray Westberg's having a little bit of entry issue. So they're fairly evenly matched.
And albeit the screen says we're on board with Jesse Butler or not, they were actually out of the rear of the Murray Westberg Mercedes. Just looking back to try and get an idea on exactly what Brett's talking about there in terms of the exit speed of these vehicles as they get down the track. So they're dropping way off. Get back out to about a second there.
Chris Purnell's pushing pretty hard there, and he's sort of using up the track and then some, and that's quite costing him time. It's either that or Murray Westberg didn't realise he was there and looked up in the rear vision and thought, I'm going to get on with this.
Which is possible as well. As we say, we're getting into that period of the race where fatigue's going to start coming into it, and there's every chance he was just idling around rather than sprinting around.
Oh, at night, as we're talking about earlier, cat's eyes, you tend to focus on the cat's eyes. It's a little bit strange. It's kind of like driving down the Hume Highway in the middle of the night and just focused on that centre line of cat's eyes, and you don't really tend to see anything else. Yeah, catch out.
definitely no fuel saving going on there either. So these guys were able to run right to the end, which was the other question I had in my mind. Murray Westberg pitting the earliest of our GT3s on lap 28, and he's clearly not worried about fuel. So that is good news for us because it means these two can fight it out to the end of the race.
It was only a lap between them, so that's too many issues. It's funny. I'm actually having a look on JRT here. Some information.
No, we've got 23 and a half minutes to go, effectively 2 minutes a lap, so looking at, oh, it's not too far off, we're probably looking at 12 laps at the worst.
Yeah, right. Well, I tell you what, there's a couple of guys here who'll be watching their fuel gauge.
So who do we need to keep an eye on? As I said, I think anyone on lap 29 is in the questionable window. So that includes Jesse Butler and Tim Russell, along with Phil Polito and even Frank Hodak.
Hello, the same. Who else have we got? Yeah, they're the guy.
Cardi just coming up behind Westberg. That up, so that's Tim Russell. Tell you what, I did make it known that you were doing driving standards last week, and we discussed in a driver's briefing this week the track re-entry, which was the biggest bane of problems last week, and the guys have done a remarkable job this week in making sure that they didn't do anything too silly in rejoining the track, so it's been good to see.
It is, and you know, I've been on here for about just over an hour now and watching. And last week there were a lot of issues. You know, I understand that Road America is a different track to stay on the road, so haven't seen any of that tonight so far, and it's fantastic. So I'm glad the guys took that on board, especially so that when I come back, they're already aware.
Disappointing to see. It looks like TK may have disconnected. His timing board has just frozen, and he's dropped right down the order to 25th place at the moment. He's not in pit lane. In fact, you can see there he's not on track at all.
Disconnected according to iRacing.
So that's different. That's disappointing for him. That there'll be something happen there. That certainly won't be disappointing. It won't be a deliberate disconnect from him. He was running up, I think, in 6th or 7th place. So. Something's happened there, and that's really disappointing. Like in real life, where you blow a gearbox or a motor, an internet disconnect can be just as fatal to your race.
Many a scream have been heard from a household when people come running and see a grown man crying in his race seat. It
is my eternal fear as I get further and further involved in endurance racing that it's going to happen at some stage when I'm leading a race, that the internet will drop out, and so will my aspirations. So, yeah.
All of us. On that subject, though, the battle for GT3 is well and truly raging again. Purnell's right on top of Murray Westberg, and I actually thought he was going to get him into the final turn, and he's coming in over the start finish line now. And yeah, Purnell's an absolute tear.
His pupils will be like dinner plates as he's trying to watch and make sure he can get the job done for him as well. So
yeah, Purnell's eyes are normally out on stalks and sort of like tapping on the back window of the car in front of Stuart from my experience. But I guess they'll look like dinner plates to Murray Westberg right now.
He won't have been happy there, Purnell, getting a little bit more of the curb than he probably wanted to, pushing the car a little bit wide and slowing his run, but not being able, therefore, to get it done down into the hairpin. It's not really. Is it a hairpin? It's not really a hairpin.
It's a hairpin, and what makes it harder is that you've got a little bit of the exit. You've got that little bit of dirt off to the left, and you need to take some of it to get a good run, but you don't want to take too much of it. You know, it can really slow you down. And the next little right-hand kink after that a few metres just after it is also another problem point if you go too far over to the right, you lose a lot of time as well.
And is this what you referred to earlier as light tower? Tower, just tower.
Yeah. It is.
Is there a tower? I'm assuming that reflects the control tower of the old airfield, is it?
Well, I'm going to say I believe so. I can't think of any other reason it's that. I know what I call it, and it's not tower, but it's not PG rated either, right? It is dead set. One of the worst corners in motorsport. It is so hard to get right. It is, and to be consistent there as well. On entry, you're absolutely flying in there after the last little chicaning section before it. I can't remember what that's called, but anyway, the technical term chicaning section, I think. But you come into tower so fast, the car's off balance, it's not stable, and you're trying to change direction from left to right to get it slowed down to get through tower. And staying off that dirt on the outside is critical, because the minute you get one of those left tyres, especially the left rear over that ripple strip onto the dirt, you're shooting off into the right-hand wall. It happens so fast, it's horrendous.
And I'm just letting you know, all the viewers out there, you're not seeing things. We're not time traveling or anything like that. The overlay's finally caught up, but it's catching up everything that it should have done for the last 6 or 7 minutes, which is why the track map disappeared, and you're accelerating through time to catch up to around about 18 minutes. 18 minutes to go in the race.
Glad I managed to get into iRacing and watch this race live then.
Yeah, absolutely. The race itself, the broadcast is fine. It's just the overlay.
Ah, okay.
So the pictures are current. We haven't been talking about something that hasn't yet happened with the Purnell-Westberg run, as we just see there. I think it was Matty Bowler going through on the inside of Murray-Westberg. We'll still stick with this battle because it is less than half a second. It is our closest battle on track at the moment between Murray-Westberg and Purnell for the lead of the GT3 race. And we'll just stay on board with them and see how this one plays out. We're still on fuel watch. We've still got Jesse Butler, lap 29, questionable on fuel, currently sitting in third, and Timothy Russell as well in fifth place, a little bit questionable on fuel. So as we are on board with the overlay catching up, Murray-Westberg still, and Purnell is right up behind him. As you can see there, the lights ablaze. It's all we can see in the replay as Purnell, he's going to try and go around the outside, defending there. Murray-Westberg on the inside of the track probably won't get it done. He's going to try and get the undercut done if he can. He'll pull down on the inside, and you'll see Purnell try and get better drive out of the corner here as it forces Westberg wide. But didn't quite get it done, no. So we'll see how we go down into turn one. Getting right up on the back here. Where is the relative turn and brake? They're about the same.
A place to try to pass.
No.
It looks plenty of space there, but believe me when I tell you, it's not the place to go. He'll be setting him up for the hairpin. He'll be trying to unnerve him. He'll try to push him into a mistake here on entry into that first left-hander. It's always interesting. Or to get him to get on the gas too soon out of here, and they lose so much time down the back straight. Purnell's lost a lot of time there after getting on the dirt out of turn. But what he tried to do is what I mentioned to you earlier in regards to sunset and final turn, where you try to push them to brake too deep and go too far wide, and then come back in. He's got back up onto it now. That out is a hell of a lot more nimble around the hairpin. Mercedes runs curves a lot better, but here we go.
He's going to try and get it done down here.
Yeah.
No, it's just not quite far enough up on the exit, unfortunately. He didn't get the drive out that he needed to get there.
What he's doing is he's making Murray-Westberg, he's putting him out of his normal rhythm. He's putting him out of markers, apex, braking points, all those sorts of things. He's just going to crawl all over him and try to force that small mistake or that missed apex enough for him to get up the inside where it's possible.
And what that's going to do as well is potentially force a mistake. I can tell you, you cannot miss the addition of a second pair of headlights behind you racing in the dark, and you know that that car is there and you know where it's moving. So you'll try and get the job done here. There's a faster car coming on as well, which might complicate matters a little bit. As we jump again on the back of Murray-Westberg, you can see that fast GTE car coming through. I'm not quite sure who that is. And that has affected the battle a little bit there. And you're spot on, good call. is Jason Vincent Muscat in that there. So the VMM team GTE car just trying to get the job done here, and not quite being able to get around the outside there. He has got it done, so he'll keep on with his battle, and we get to keep watching ours. As the Audi here.
Out of it then when Jace was going past, it's actually given Burnell a bit of a chance to get up the inside. But
oh, and there's almost no room there, almost no room. Trying to keep one another and give the room and keep the racing going. Westberg's got to get the drive out of there. He's not got it, and he had to get a better drive out of that corner to be able to get it done and keep defending down into the hairpin. He won't be able to put it up the inside there. He'll have to try and engineer another pass here if he can.
Break a bit late to Stuart. That was yeah. That really gave Murray Westberg a chance to come back because Burnell braked a little bit late in there and a little bit wide. So
a little bit disappointing there for Murray Westberg, in all fairness, because he was affected a bit by the pass by Vincent Muscat, which resulted in him being exposed for it. So hopefully he can close back up on the back here and keep that battle going.
To have held that lead in GT3 for so long as well, and what is it now, lap 52, with sort of a handful of laps left to lose it. It's
While we've got a breath here, we're looking at sort of 3/4 of a second gap now between these two. Just gives you an opportunity to have a quick cycle back down through the field and equally up the field. And I can tell you that Braden Nash is still leading this race at this stage. He is doing well. He's got a gap over the second place Febin of around about 15 seconds still, so albeit that Febin is fueled up to the end, he hasn't really managed to close that gap up since the pit stop, and Butler is about 7 seconds further back down the road. So just looking at looks like Thomas coming through here to get himself back up to the back of the GTEs. He's still pursuing Vincent Muscat to try and get himself up another spot into 10th, but he will not need to pit again now. He's already done his second pit stop.
He's actually running quite strong, Thomas. He was been a little bit slower on the last lap than Vincent Muscat, but he seems to be catching him at a reasonably rapid rate at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see if he can make any ground up in the last sort of half a dozen laps. Yeah,
we'll keep an eye on that. I think you're right that he probably will. He was a second slower, but lap traffic obviously impacted on that last lap for him. Good opportune time with 10 minutes to go, just to say thanks to our broadcast partners for this evening. First and foremost, our main broadcast partner is AFTERSHOCK PC. Ryan and the crew out at St Kilda Road in Melbourne get the job done. They do computers by mail as well, so if you're after a gaming PC, or basically any PC, if you're looking just to get started in gaming, or we use a couple of their computers for our streams that we run, and the quality is unbelievable, but what really impresses me most is the customer service. Before they were sponsors of ours, we did buy a PC from them. Yeah, the service is second to none. The follow-up or aftercare is second to none as well. So if you are looking for a PC for some advice on what you need to do to run your sim setup, or if you're just getting involved, then definitely give them a hoy, or have a look at their website where they do have the ability to customise a PC build for yourself. We are a Razer streaming partner, and of course Virtual Motorsport Mentor, another key partner of ours. If you are in sim racing and you want to go quicker, as Chris Purnell does say, all champions have coaches. So if you're looking to go quicker, even just looking to get the basics set up while you learn, even a session doing that with Chris Purnell can improve your lap time significantly, and he is definitely the place to go. So virtualmotorsportmentor.com is their website, and you can do a single driver package or get together with your mates and do some group coaching as well. If you've got some series in mind, Chris does just about all of it. So he is the one to go and see, and we thank them very much for their support. Now, you're not going to believe this, but Braden Nash has just done the fastest second sector of the race. He's just done a 1:56.9 and is now on the fastest second sector of the race so far. So,
Well, it'll be interesting because
Febin's done the same. Just
it's
to
about
add that in there.
they've only been a tenth or two apart most laps for the last few laps. So yeah,
Last lap, 3 100ths.
There you go. There's just nothing in it, is it?
No, well, almost literally nothing in it. So the gap not coming down at all. So what I'm going to do again now is just quickly jump on board with Jesse Butler. I want to hear if he is saving fuel or not. So I'll have a listen to that. Best probably out of the gearbox view. It's going to be a little boring, but you'll be able to hear it better. What we're looking for is him rolling out of the throttle early. Yep, he's fuel saving. Absolutely.
Shifting out of the hairpin, and he's lifting off and coasting through. So he definitely feels quite aggressive too on that.
Yeah. So, and the question then is this man thinks Russell doing the same? Not quite in the section of the track. Oh, his big lock up there, as you can see by the smoke coming out the back there. He's actually got a slow car in front of him. He is dealing with, I think, Todd Gibson.
With Braden Nash at the moment to see where he's at, because he's got a huge question mark. He's done the 27th lap of this stint, and I'm not sure if he's quite ready to be on.
It's difficult for me to tell if Russell is fuel saving or not because he's behind a slower car. Because there we go down to the hairpin there. We're actually coming down the back straight before we get to that double apex right window. He's not fuel saving at all, and he pit on the same lap as Jesse Butler. So one of them's going to be right and one of them's going to be wrong.
Oh, in he comes.
He's in. He has. He's jumped in.
Yeah, he has. All right, this is telling because I think a few others might have the same problem. I'm back on board now with Nash, and he's not fuel saving either. So I'm not real sure what the game was.
Yeah, I was going to say that was close there for him.
It was. It was awful close.
It's funny because his punt. Sorry, go on.
Oh yeah, no, like a spit on really boring. That's all.
Febin box seat is the question from Nick and Reese Ashmore. Sorry to see you sitting in the pits, buddy, but yes, our voices are soothing whilst you sit there. At least you can listen to what's going on, mate. But bad luck for tonight.
Yeah, bad luck, Reese. It's better luck next fortnight. But would you like us to sing Kumbaya for you together so that you can be relaxed?
So, Febin in the box seat is an interesting question. Lap 31 for Braden Nash was the pit stop, and Braden Nash, his co-driver, his teammate, Brock Schaefer, who's not running tonight, always quips that he saves the fuel so Braden can spend it.
Yes.
So, right. I'm not sure whether or not he'll make it. If 31 is the key lap, then no, Febin is going to finish second. Butler is fuel saving, so I think second place is fixed. It's the question is whether or not 31 and aggressive driving for the full stint gets you there. We've only got just under 5 minutes to go. So it's going to be literally a yes or no. If he has to swing through the pits, he's definitely not going to finish on top. As, believe it or not, Jesse Butler's come in. So 29, definitely not going to happen. Lap 29 is no good. So that means Phil Polito will also need to make a pit lane transition through this one. So that moves Mark Gibson up into third place. He may not have enough fuel. So 29's not enough. Jump on board with Gibbo now and have a listen to his Porsche to see if he is fuel saving or not. Gearbox on again. Where are we on the track with Gibson? We're coming down. he's not saving at all.
Nope.
Not saving at all. So Jesse Butler out in 4th place out of the pit lane transition. So, pardon?
Definitely short shifting out of the corner.
Let's see how he goes when we get down the straight.
Yep, he's definitely short shifting.
Coasting now.
He's a little bit, but I wouldn't say
Not aggressively.
not at all.
So the interesting lap 30 affects him and Ron Polito as the cars that have struggled. Not the cars that have struggled, as the cars that may struggle for fuel as we get to 2 minutes 52 to go. The other important question is, where is our race leader relative to the track? So 2:46 to go means we've got a lap plus a bit. And I think what's going to happen, where is he on the track now? He's about half. Yeah. And with 35 seconds effectively between laps, we've got, what, 38 seconds to go. He's not going to get across, so we're going to probably do one and probably 2 more laps.
Did he just that corner?
Did he?
I thought he clutched into the previous corner, man. The revs just completely dropped the weight. He went through the gears. Oh, he's still saving.
That can't be much more than a precaution.
Wouldn't think so. But
Not at lap 31. If he's fuel saving, it means Gibson's going to run out. Gibson will run out of fuel. He pitted a full lap less, and we're going to do another lap at least. We've definitely got 1 more lap to go.
Yep. Yep.
So, if that's the case, then Gibson's going to run out. I think it might just be a precaution. Look, he's 14 seconds up the road from Febin, so he can fuel save for a lap or 2 and still be okay.
Yeah.
Purnell still leading, albeit, wow, what's happened there? The gap between the leaders of the GT3 class, we're down to under half a second. That was way out to nearly 2.5 seconds, and that's closed right back up again. So, just not sure if any lap traffic might have got in the way there. This is the closer battle on track, so we'll still keep an eye on any pit stop potentials for our top 3 in the GTE category. But we need to keep an eye on this one to the end of the race, as we could have it on for position here between Purnell and Murray Westberg.
Purnell's had a small off, or they had some lap traffic issues.
I can only think lap traffic. We didn't get any notification that... No, Purnell... Surely not. No, that's got to be a wrong... I was going to say, it told me that Purnell went through pit lane. That's got to be no, he has. No, he hasn't. No, what's going on?
My telemetry's telling me he's only been through once.
Yeah, it's only been through once. Yeah. It's lap 29. So whether it's an off or something like that, as we've got 14 seconds to go, so we are going to finish the race on this lap for all of these drivers. These guys will do 1 more lap on the call, excuse me, as we obviously...
Oh, Braden Nash caught up in some lap traffic. Sorry, just coming onto the back straight out of the yeses. And yeah, that was I'm sure that frightened him a little bit.
So he will finish the race as he comes around, but these guys will finish 1 more lap, so we'll stay on board with Purnell and Murray Westberg, because it's when they finish the race themselves across the control line, not when the flag is waved, obviously, on our actual race leader in the GT3s. So I'll just jump on board with Braden Nash as he comes across the start-finish line to take out round 3 here and take out the win for NSR Motorsports. Well done, Braden, on your race win. Timothy Febin coming around behind him to get that finish as the fireworks go off here at Sebring. And we've got a little bit further back down the road, Mark Gibson, who's going to take out 3rd place in this race unless he runs out of fuel, which I can't see him doing, to be brutally honest.
He's going up the back straight fine.
He's going to take that out in third place. We're going to jump back on board. The gap there, it looks like Murray Westberg might have run a little wide because the gap now has widened to 1.8 seconds. So likely here that we're going to have Purnell take out the race win in the GT3 category with Murray Westberg in second and his teammate right behind him, Michael Spithill, in third place. So a good solid result for their team with Purnell and Trahir teaming up, finishing in fourth place there, Trahir as well. So it's going to be a good result for him. Well, I can tell you what, the fuel strategy, who would have thunk it?
Well, I think a couple of people just maybe miscalculated a little bit, to be honest. I'm surprised at Febin. But again, I can't help but wonder if there's a bit of a fuel mapping issue going on here, whereas, you know, Nash has been using this car to such good effect for a season and a bit now. He just knows it inside out. But,
well, yeah.
Or as well, Butler also sort of had to stop twice too. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're just not as good at fuel saving. I don't know.
The guys at NSR are fantastic at it. I mean, we've seen in the team event, we've seen them do a double stint where or in fact a triple stint where no one else has done that. We've seen them fuel save a lot as well. So as we get into a little bit of the celebration side of things, which we enjoy, so we'll stick with these guys now as Purnell has taken out that win. And yeah, they really understand the Porsche and they know how to get the most out of it. You know, we turn up at that stage every week, but now certainly every fortnight. Just wondering if they can get the job done again. And between himself and Brock, who's not running tonight, they do a fantastic job with getting that car nice and quick and consistent. And they always manage to surprise us, whether it be with fuel saving or tyre strategy or a combination of the both. So a fantastic result for NSR Motorsport there, and I think that actually moves Braden now into the lead of the GTE Championship. We also need to comment as well, that's a hat-trick of wins for Chris Purnell. This has been certainly the closest victory that he has had, but a hat-trick of wins there for him, and a great drive from Murray Westberg, who finishes second with Michael Spithill in third. So we will have the drivers on in a minute or two for the post-race interview, just waiting for them to finish with their teams, and we'll grab them in for a chat. Braden Nash already sitting there waiting to go, along with Michael, as we just wait for the other drivers to jump in. So we've got the GT3 guys available, so we'll drag them into the combox and just have a chat with the GT3 podium first and foremost. Chris and Seb, a great result and a great race between both of you for a majority of the night. We thoroughly enjoyed watching it, so thank you very much, and congratulations, Michael, on your third place. Chris, just getting the job done at the end there.
Yeah, I was coughing. I had like 0.6 of a litre as I come out of the last turn, so I was a little bit stressy. But I saw Seb sort of backed off coming down the straight on the last lap, so congratulations to him. He did an awesome job all night. He definitely had good pace with fuel saving, so it was a good race. But yeah, just got there at the end.
And Seb, another step up for you, mate. Another good result for you for the week, and a good team result for you as well, with second and third. So that'll close up that team championship a little bit too. Congratulations on a good drive.
Thank you. And yeah, look, that was some of the hardest driving I've done. I made one little mistake. I didn't save enough fuel in the first stint, which meant I pitted a lap earlier than Chris, which meant I had to do a harder saving for the second stint. And then there was a few bad luck runs with a bit of traffic, and then I knew my only chance was just try and save just enough to try and hassle him the last couple of laps, and I pushed it, and then coming down the back straight, I looked at the fuel and went, I won't make the final turn if I keep going at this rate, so I had to really back off. But really, really, really good fun. Massive congratulations to Chris. We did have a couple of good side-by-side moments in there, so it was a lot of fun. Sebring is a track that is one of my strongest, one of my favorites on the service, so I was really excited and looking forward to this round. And I knew it was my real true shot at taking a win away from Chris and taking him to the championship. So well done to him, and also congratulations to Spitty as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, Stuart.
No, go, Brett. No, go for life.
Seb, it was fun to watch. Especially that section where yourself and Chris were side by side through turn two,
Yeah,
3, and 4.
absolutely.
That was really, really, really well driven by both of you there, and it was a fair bit of respect shown. But one thing I wanted to ask, I noticed during the battle, and you'd be able to say it for each other, I guess. The Mercedes seemed to be a hell of a lot better going into the corner than the Audi, and the Audi seemed to be better out of the corner. Was that a fair assumption? Because that seemed to be where you were both pulling away and closing up.
Yeah,
Go, Chris.
I think it was driving style, to be honest with you. I think I was rolling off more into the braking zone, where Seb was sort of more squaring the car up before he's picking the throttle up on the exit. So I think that's all it was more than anything. I definitely think he probably had a fuel advantage where I probably had a tyre advantage. So it was pretty even between the two cars.
Yeah,
I definitely feel the tyre advantage was in your favour. That side by side, I was all 4 tyres sliding on that final part of it, so that was good.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. It was really, really fun to watch, guys. It was fantastic, and Stuart, that's what I was saying earlier. The Audi had the tyre advantage over the longer run. It was, but the Mercedes rides the curbs better. So yeah, but anyway, fantastic effort, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
And Spitty, a pretty comfortable run for you in third place there for most of the night, so you were able to sort of run your own show, and probably didn't need to fuel save as much at the end there, but you had a good run.
Yeah, I pretty much had like a solo race. I was just out there. I felt like I was doing practice. I was just doing. The only time I really saw Chris and Seb was probably about the first 10 minutes of the race where we were near each other and then they were just gone and then I was just on my own. I just had it on a fuel map and was just driving around doing laps the whole time.
Well, it certainly worked for you, and as I said, a good result for the team championship as well. You guys making some points there to make up a little bit of the gap.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep it clean and have some fun out here. This Sebring, I haven't really done a lot of Sebring, but it's a good fun track.
It has its challenges.
Say that.
So no, but I was going to say, well done, guys, and a great race, well run. We are joined with first and second place from our GTE category as well there, with Braden Nash and Timothy Febben jumping into the combox. Braden, congratulations again, mate. You guys at NSR still understand, in my opinion, the Porsche better than just about anyone else in terms of fuel saving and tyres and strategy, managing to pull that out there. How close were you at the end of the race there to running out of fuel?
Originally, I thought I was pretty close. I thought we were going an extra lap, but my math is a bit off. But yeah, ended up with an extra lap of fuel in the tank to do some wicked burnouts at the end.
Which we love and thank you for.
Dramas, I love doing it.
So that does consolidate your lead at the top of the championship. And Tim, we were concerned when you jumped in that early, mate, that you were going to have to get a big gap at the front of the field to try and maintain that lead, and you did almost pull it off.
Yeah, unfortunately at the start of the race, I jumped into the car with only quali fuel in there, and then I had to jump back out, and I just wasn't sure I was going to make it, so I only got, like, by the time I was filling the fuel back up on the setup side of things, it only got back up to 84 litres, so I only started with that, so I suppose I, in the end, had a bit more downtime in the pits. So I was, trying to stretch that lead out at the start, but yeah, I mean, I'd probably only done about 10 laps, I think, prior to quali. And yeah, hadn't even contemplated that it might be possible to do the one stop. So yeah, it was a pretty awesome strategy by Braden. So yeah, impressed that could be done.
Considering you both traded pretty much within a couple of tenths and in a number of laps, a couple of hundreds, it was a really good display. But it certainly answers the question, Tim, as to why you came in so much earlier. It just seemed a bit odd, but yeah, it makes sense now. Bad luck, mate.
Yeah, what can you do? But yeah, happy with second, so still a good result. So, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. Good track, Sebring. So, yeah, and it was enjoyable racing in the night as well.
And we're on to Le Mans next week. Sorry, not next week, in a fortnight, my apologies. So, what do you see that doing in terms of the Porsche versus the BMW battle?
We raced a 24-hour earlier in the year with the BMW, and it was pretty well suited to Le Mans. But But yeah, I think it'll be pretty Porsche friendly. It's not a lot of curbs or anything like that you've got to get over. Just I suppose the last chicane. So yeah, it should be pretty friendly to both cars, I think.
No, we're certainly looking forward to going there in a fortnight's time. And again, congratulations to both of you on a race well run. It was certainly a pleasure to commentate and broadcast yet again. Our series always seems to bring some close racing and some good strategy. So we appreciate your participation.
No worries, Stuart. Thanks for the broadcast and the commentary. It's always great.
No dramas. If there anyone you guys want to thank just before we jump off?
Just the Mark 1 team and RMS. Yeah, and just thanks to you guys for putting on a good show.
Braden?
I just want to thank you guys for putting on a good show every fortnight. Love racing this series. Mixes it up between all the shorter stuff, and yeah, you're doing a good job.
Oh, great! Thank you very much, and no doubt to your team as well for getting the setup and stuff done too. So that I've also got to throw a massive thanks out to Brett, to him for jumping in and helping me through the last 2 hours of our GT or Super GT Thursday, mate. I appreciate you jumping in at short notice and giving us your insight and certainly experience in iRacing. It's not something that's easily replicated, so I appreciate you jumping on last minute. So thank you for that.
You're more than welcome, and hopefully get a chance to do it again. It's been a while since I did some commentary work, and normally I'm in the car. I prefer to be in the car, but yeah, no, you're welcome, and look, hopefully it gave something.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you haven't got your computer fixed by Spa, then by Le Mans, then we'll definitely get you to jump back in the Combox and give us some special comments as well.
I think done deal.
Brilliant. And that does bring us to the end of our stream. As usual, I just need to quickly thank AFTERSHOCK PC, Virtual Motorsport Mentor, Razer, for their contribution. And we have thoroughly enjoyed bringing this to our next stream. We do have some streaming across the weekend. We're actually coming back to Sebring as part of the 981 Motorsport team to run the 6-hour race on Saturday night. That will be on our stream. That will have no commentary, but if you are interested in watching the race, do jump on board and have a look. We've also got plenty of EA Sports or 2K coverage coming up with, we're just waiting on old postman Pat to drop off Madden. We've got some golf coming up, so there's plenty happening on the channel, along with more Fall Guys with Reese and Chris next week. And next Tuesday we jump back out and go back to the Oz Pro-Am series for their next round as well, after all the excitement there on Tuesday evening. If you're looking for something to watch, go back and have a look at Race 1 at the boot version of Watkins Glen. Plenty of excitement. So we, as usual, thank all of our audience and the people who participate in the stream. We definitely enjoy having you there and love the chat that we get and are fortunate enough to get. And as usual, from us, your place for ePace FGM ECast, we thank you and we will see you again probably tomorrow night, to be brutally honest, but if not, over the weekend. Thanks very much for watching.